Morning, morning, morning. What's up, Kai, Daffy, Apurv, Wag, Don, Kid83, another Don, Chris, Will, Ron, Zaytoven, Sonia, Alexis, Randy, Anna J, Kem. Good morning, good morning. Oh, I don't have any music playing, do I? There we go. Good morning, Crockett, Mel, Sack Lunch, Tony, Paul, Sean, Isaiah, Amy, Dawn. No, not up to my life. I hear another Dawn. Y'all are both Dawns. Good morning, Austin. Good morning, Sand$. Yeah, happy Thursday. Our 104th stream. Here's the TA I sent last night to everybody. So basically, and I'll just open it up real quick so you can see. We're losing 378s. And so what I'm about to show you is what we're going to plan today. But we have to plan for either rejecting this zone and continuing lower, or we're going to retake this zone and we're going to get back into a range again. So these are basically the two scenarios in front of us today. But I talked about it here. I'm like losing my voice half-ass. I talked about it here. I said watch for continued rejection to show sellers still have control, or you'll see a break under 375, 373.85, which is that next area below. And then I talked about all the levels below and all that stuff. But we talked about buyers can retake 378, 380, 50 range to retake for a chance to reach the higher levels like 380, 385, 390s. So this is what we have to watch out for today now, because we had those numbers come out and they weren't as damaging as a lot of people were expecting. So we're actually getting a good pop. And if you go to that chart that I just charted from, this one right here, you can see we did lose it. So we're looking to either reject this area and continue down, or we're going to break over this area and get back into a range trade, which is going to be a little bit more boring, but who said the stock market was fun? Every single day is going to be a different adventure. So go back down to that smaller time frame. You can see we're right at the top of that area. So we really do need to watch over like 380, 50s basically for a bullish push. If we continue to maintain under this resistance, then we are going to continue back lower to 378, most likely break 378, and most likely break new lows. So that's a really big key thing is happening today. A lot of people are not going to be paying attention, but that is the thing to watch. I've never had a teacher, Crockett. Yo, it's truly amazing when you've gone through the BB course and the levels Bueller Trading has today matches yours from his drawings this morning. Good stuff. Who was that? Wag. Good stuff, Wag. Glad to see our levels are the same. And yeah, it does look like SPY's pushing up. We're not above a key level, but we've definitely pushed up from numbers. It almost saved SPY a little bit because we were under a spot where it literally looks like, oh, we're about to sell off hard. And then we retake it this morning. So that's kind of a big thing we have to look out for today. Let's grab the meat of the bone for high of day at 383. Let me zoom in. Previous day opens basically marked. Previous day close is basically marked, so we'll leave that there. We'll mark pre-market high. Pre-market low is way down here at 377. So yeah, it's basically watch over 380, 50. I'm going to type it. Watch over 380.20, 380.50 for a potential bullish push towards 381.30, 382, 383.10. I'll just say 384 to round it up. Watch for a continued rejection of 380.50 for bears to keep control of this range from bigger time frames. Below 379 can bring short-term sellers, but the key level below is 378, 376, 40. All right, we got everything I was thinking on some text. there we go. So let's go to the next one. Before I move on, and I'm going to try and do this more so we're all on the same page. Does everyone understand what I've said? So up to this point, we all understand what our plan is for SPY. We understand from the bigger time frame down to the smaller time frame what we're looking at. Again, I've been going over the same exact levels for weeks on end now. We did a lot of these on a Sunday stream a little while back now. I don't even remember how many weeks ago that was. But we all understand. Give me like an emoji or a yup or a yeah or something like that. Give me some sort of confirmation that you do understand what we're looking at so far on SPY from bigger down to the smaller time frame, what to expect, the two scenarios we're looking out for. And this is something you have to kind of do on your own as well. You know, and this is why I do it for you guys in the pre-market prep. What do the bears want? What do the bulls want? This is essentially what you need to ask yourself every time you approach a chart. It doesn't matter where you're coming from. I mean, you could be a little bit biased. You could even be like, oh, I'm definitely a little bit more bullish today. But it doesn't matter. Still plan for the downside as well, just in case it happens. Give yourself that scenario so you know it's possible. So therefore, when it happens, you're not getting slapped in the face. Too many times do I see traders say, oh, I'm just looking over, like right now, they'd be like, oh, I'm looking over 380.20. It's like, all right, what are you looking at? What are you looking after 380.20? And what would be your stop loss, as well as what's going to happen if it doesn't go over 380.20? What happens if we just reject that and never go above it again today? You know, what are you going to look for? You know, you're going to be lost because you didn't give yourself that chance beforehand. All right, looks like a majority of you understand what we're looking for. Let's go to AMD. And yeah, be sure to drop a like on the stream, but I am really happy to see all you guys in here. We almost have 100 people in here, and the stream literally just started. So it's nice to see people getting up on time, regardless of what day of the week it is. All right, so let's grab the true previous day high. We're going to mark both true and the meat of it, which is actually the same candle. Cool. And let's highlight it just to give us that kind of combination. So we'll look for a price to try and hold that, as well as break over 63.70s. Previous day open. Previous day close, basically the same thing, which means on the daily time frame, this candle's basically a doji. Almost. It's going to be a little bit of a body there. Pre-market low is right here, 62.99. So that'd actually be a really good break below as well. So we can look over 63.70s. We'll possibly look for a better retest, which is probably already happening right here. So if we do get a continuation on SPY, AMD will be really good because it's already kind of towards the top resistance. So we'll look out for a good play on that. Let's grab the yesterday low as well, because if 62.90s break and they end up breaking the previous day close at 62.50s, which this should be your first target, then we can look for 62 as a very, very hefty support. So we'll come back to that. Tesla, pre-market high. Previous day high is basically already marked. And these are the kinds of days where a lot of traders get kind of their big losses from. A lot of people will either not plan both sides, or they think there has to be a move. You know, they'll look at this chart and go, I have to trade today. When in reality, a lot of the move has been made now, and the first 10 to 30 minutes is going to be essentially what makes or breaks you. So you need to watch the first 10 to 30 minutes this morning to really give yourself a better trading opportunity. If that makes sense, let me know. I'm gonna keep going though. I'm just trying to drop some points here and there as I'm going. Previous day open. So we'll come back to Tesla, which it's crazy to see Tesla back up here at, you know, almost 120 basically. Right after we saw them dip to 104 in the pre-market 2 days ago, or yesterday, I guess you could say. But that's just crazy though. You know, huge dip. Now we're up here at 120. We did talk about this yesterday in stream as well as in my Discord. But if you go to the, I won't even do it on that chart. But if you go to the bigger time frame, who can tell me what pattern is this? What candlestick pattern is this? I'm not gonna give. I'm gonna give you all the answer, but I want to wait to see if who can get it. Who knows their candlestick patterns? Good job, Kai. It's nice to see you grabbing those fibs, seeing what's around. And I talked about it in chat yesterday, so anybody who is in Discord should know this answer already. Looks like a few of you got it though. A bullish harami, you are correct. This is a bullish harami because it's not an inside candle. Our low is outside of it, so it's just barely not an inside candle. If you count just bodies, it is an inside bar, but it is essentially a bullish harami as well as with rising volume. This volume does not match the body of that candle. See how this matches this? They're almost the same size. This is not even close to the same size, which means we have an anomaly here. So essentially, without looking at the smaller time frames, of course we know we're up this morning, but two things you look out for: a lower open, which if it breaks 108s, it's very bearish. If this ends up holding over the 113 here, it's very bullish. So two things to look out for is now the break of the outer candle, which right here is 117.50, and right here is about 119.70s. If you look, that's where we're trading under right now. So they're looking to break the highs of yesterday on Tesla and hold on top of them. So if they can, first target to look for is a fill of this gap up to 123. Second target would be 125. It's a psychological as well as a support of the previous red day. And then 128. So gap, 125, 128. Gap, 125, 128. So watch that on Tesla today. But that essentially gives you more information on the bigger time frames down to the smaller time frames. So that's why that information is helpful. Previous day close, previous day low, previous day open, previous day high, pre-market high, pre-market low, which we won't mark that because it'll just cluster the chart. So we'll definitely keep eyes on that. And I'm just marking levels. I don't see the point in adding these to the list today until we see some support catches or we see some basing happen. But at least we have everything ready for if it does drop, if it does continue to move higher. We have bigger time frame levels to help us if things do move higher. Previous day close. Go to Amazon. Okay, here we go. We finally have one. This is entirely under its previous day highs, so we'll watch that area. Previous day opens here, so we could see a dip down to that for a support catch. Pre-market low. Whoops. Meat of the pre-market low, I should say. Previous day low. Previous day close. Netflix. And yeah, I'm just not liking a whole lot of these in positioning. I'm not gonna lie. Pre-market high. Previous day low. Previous day close. Previous day open, which that's actually what they're fighting. Let's remove that one and we'll keep watch on basically 282 for Netflix. That's actually a decent one, above 282, and then look below pre-market low, which is 278.60 down to 277 basically, and you can look under 277. So maybe we'll add Netflix if we finally have one that I think actually has a decent chance without having to say a million things. Because on a lot of these charts, and what I mean by that is on a lot of these charts, you know, I could say above 120.35, look above 122.40, target 125, 128, you know, for the fill of that gap. And then on the other side of that, though, it'd be a lot of typing. It would be, well, you need to watch to see if it dips down to one, because it could dip down. We could reject here and go straight to 115, 116, try to hold this as support and start basing, which would take a lot longer to find some better opportunities for trades. But overall, that's why I'm not typing them all out, because it's just, I mean, it's just apparent, you know, it's just too much to type. But let's go back to Netflix and we'll get it going. Alright, we got that going. Alright, so we got Netflix done. I actually think that one's in a pretty good spot. Meta's in a pretty good spot. It kind of reminds me of Netflix, which makes sense. They're within the same sector. Google, Meta, Netflix, all in the same sector. But you guys should be learning sectors. You should be picking up, you know, and I cover them almost every single day. But I will go over them more. But how many of you are confident in being able to point out what stock belongs to what sector? Like, how many of you could tell me what sector Apple belongs to, or Tesla, or Amazon, or Netflix, or like just these main ones? Not even, I know I'm kind of cheating because they have the sectors right here. But how many of you are confident you can call out most tickers in their sector? Which it's okay to not know on some of them, but you should at least know some of the top weights within some of these sectors. You know, XLK, technology sector, Apple, Microsoft. You should be able to go to the communication services sector and be like, oh, Netflix, Meta, Google, they're all in the same sector. I know that. You know, and the same thing going into discretionary. Do you know Tesla, Amazon, Nike, McDonald's? Do you know these are all the same sector? You know, and it's okay if you don't. You know, this is one of those things that it kind of pisses people off because it really does take time. You know, you can't just wake up one day and be like, oh, I know the sectors. I just felt like knowing them. No, it actually takes a little bit of gradual learning of what's in what affects what, you know, just to kind of figure out what is in what sector, if that makes sense. I know I said what a lot in that, but I'm trying to make it make sense. And it's okay if you don't have confidence in knowing them. Over time, like I said, you will pick up on it. It's not something that just randomly pops up. So don't beat yourself up. But I was just wondering how many of you were actually confident in all of that. Previous day low down to the previous day close. That's actually a pretty strong level. Meat of the pre-market high. True pre-market high. So watch above that area for longs, which if you look too, you can see we kind of have this like where price bounced up and then it kind of caught support like in this general area. And then you have like this high right here that it rejected. That would actually be a better break above if you want to just erase all this crap. This would be a better break above, which I don't normally stray away from the normal levels, but this one's pretty easy to see. You can see price sat on top of support here, broke down. You can see price move back up, rejected here. So this is actually a solid area to look above, is 117, 117.20 for a break above towards the higher 117s near 118. And then you could use this as a secondary break above. Vice versa as well. You could be which you could say under 116, but essentially you should just wait for this to break, which if you want me to mark, I will. Whoops. The true low and the close. So that would essentially be your break above, that would essentially be your break below. And this is a pivot point in between, which you could trade with, but it's just not as high probability because it's within that initial range. Yesterday's Google. I love Google. I love how the open lines up with this rejection. It's basically a 3-bar play down. I love that it lines up with this inverted or this hammer right at resistance to show that it's a hefty level there. And I like that the pre-market high is right under that. So we now have the golden level for 87 here on Google. So definitely keep eyes on 87 on Google. That is a beautiful chart. Oh yeah, we should probably mark the rest. I'm over here getting all excited. But 87, that is a beautiful, beautiful level. Yeah, it must be lagging on your end. I've actually dropped 0 frames so far, so it shouldn't be lagging from my end. It could also be YouTube, Sandollar. As I've said before, and it's why I only kind of like YouTube, but for the majority, I actually hate YouTube because their servers suck. They suck at being able to continuously bring on streams, and I've seen this with thousands of streams on YouTube. You'll go and you'll check some of the forums, and you'll see there's like thousands of YouTubes that are my size or a little bigger than me, and you'll see them complaining about how shitty the streams are, and it's nothing we can do about it. The only thing that it tells me to do is sign out, sign back in, which I try to do every single day, as well as refresh my computer, and that seems to work most of the time. But there will be days where either you're experiencing a problem on your end as the viewer, or I'm experiencing problems as the streamer. So it's a lot to do with YouTube servers. Sometimes it does have to do with my connection or your connection, but for a lot of the problems do come from YouTube servers instantly. So it's not a whole lot we can control. But the best thing to do if you ever lag is leave the stream, kind of give yourself a second, restart your phone, restart whatever you're using, and then come back into the YouTube stream and see if that works. Another thing you can do when it actually shows server lag, like I'm the one lagging, you could just go back like 5-6 seconds. So yeah, you'll be like 5-6 seconds lagging behind what I'm saying, but it does actually what's it called? It does actually kind of like load a little easier. And yeah, trust me, Amy, I wish I was streaming on Discord. Discord is way more reliable. YouTube has its perks though. I'm not hating entirely on YouTube. I'm just saying their servers do suck. Let's type out Google. Alright, so we got that one done. Meat of the previous day high. Previous day open lines up with that rejection. That's good. Previous day close. Previous day low. Pre-market low. Pre-market high. Oh, pre-market high. So it looks like we can look outside of 236.70, 237.20s-ish, which if you really want to be tedious about it, this is what you need to watch over to do that rejection. But it's also down to that wick right there. So basically above 237.50, Microsoft can get going. Let me type that out. What's above 237.50s towards... Can't deny this support here. 238, 239, 238, 239. Below, I'm just going to be safe on this one. Below 234, 15 for downside. Square, skipping, Boeing, skipping. We're not doing day trades on that one. Crowd, XOM, Shopify. Okay, so we basically have everything we want covered. Let's go back through and see if is there anything I want to add to the list. AMD I like a lot, I'm not gonna lie. Well, so we'll probably check that during the stream. Tesla I like a lot because since that insight, or since the bullish Harami with good volume too, the volume anomaly, it actually does give it a good chance of seeing 125, 127.50, 128 area. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a decent pop in Tesla today. Apple, which I think is going to be more fueled by Microsoft today. Yeah, by Microsoft today. So if we watch Microsoft, and because it's a little bit more stable, if we see it break over the 237.50, there's a very good chance that Apple's going to be pushing well above 128, 128.50s into the 129. The level that would be very key for them to see pump into would be 129.70, because that's the previous day open. So I wouldn't be surprised if we go up and smack that. That's going to be the level that you want to watch to get over, though. So if you do take any longs on Apple or tech, keep eyes on Apple and their previous day open, as well as Microsoft, to see the strength. Can they break over their previous day open resistance, as well as, you know, the lower high they made here? But once they break that, can they get up to this resistance here, kind of where that 238 is? So that'll be a big key thing to watch out for, to see if tech continues moving. Because Apple and Microsoft are the kings of tech, the king and queen of tech. So be sure to watch those, because if those do continue and you see some good strength in them, then you are going to see SPY most likely get a pop. Unless we see a deferring sector, like if there's like healthcare is falling off a cliff, then that will affect SPY. And then we'll probably just see left to right on SPY while tech flies and healthcare dies. So, and that's one thing to look out for. And I'll be sure to go through that if that is what's happening. But overall, we have a pretty decent list here. It's not anything crazy. I'm glad we talked through it though. But be sure not to just straight up buy calls right at open. Be sure to try to give yourself a chance today. I would say today is one of those days, and I try not to say this every day because I don't want you guys to get too scared of things. Most people, or most days, I'm totally fine with you trading right after the first 10 minutes, or even during the first 10 minutes, because some of the levels are already kind of set. Today is one of those days where I really hope a lot of you wait 10 to 30 minutes just because of how much we've moved in pre-market. So if you get a steady, more stable piece of price action in front of you, you'll probably find a really, really good trading opportunity. You just got to give yourself a chance. Let me send this, though. I keep forgetting to do this earlier, but let me send this out to everybody in the Discords. Send that. Send that. All right, everybody got it. But basically we start 40, just for a re-update on everybody here, because we do have a lot of new viewers now. We stream about 45 minutes before. I know I didn't do that today, but we stream for about 45 minutes before market open, and then we stream for about 2, 3, sometimes even longer than that, hours after the market opens. So we give you guys a pre-market prep, and then we kind of break in towards lunch is where we kind of trade towards. You can join the Discord to get even more updates, more signals, more whatever you want to call it. We try not to sit here and go, all right, buy this, sell here, buy this, sell here. We have one channel for that, and it's in the premium section. And then I guess BBBot does it as well, which basic members have access to. And then Lifetime has Leland, which, again, we try not to do the whole signals thing. But we try to give you the reasoning for everything. So you'll love the Discord. But after we do that, though, we basically go through a list of at least 10 tickers every day. I cover SPY, and then I cover these 10 from AMD down to Microsoft every single day. We cover it no matter what the morning looks like. But these are 10 tickers we love to go through. We sometimes go through others here and there, but we try to stick to a normal list just to kind of keep things stable. I'm not looking at Best Buy. Sorry. It's a stupid ticker to trade. To trade options on, at least. I believe that is a very bad stock to trade. Really glad I bought a few Tesla calls at the close. Good stuff, man. That's actually funny you say that, too. Let me go back down to this. Oh, wait, no, I'm thinking of someone else. My bad. But yeah, I saw a lot of people on Discord yesterday talking about buying Tesla calls. But check out this TA by JBig today. I like to show you guys his technical analysis on Qs. Be sure to check out what he said here today. We're sitting in this fib golden pocket of yesterday's range. 260, 240s is a very key area to watch. If bulls can hold above this area, we can see a push to 263.50s, 264.40s, 265s, which is around the previous day high. If bulls fail to hold, sellers will try to take it down, and then you can see the preceding levels. There's his TA on the Qs. He's on the 15-minute. That's why his candles look that way. But there's his TA, just so you guys know. Let me go type this so people know. Discord acts funky now when you like untab it. Do you have a video on how you have your trading view set up? Who's on trading view? I don't have trading view, so I don't know what you mean. We can look at Walmart. What are you wanting to look at, Dev? Give me a little bit more info. Bigger, smaller time frame. What are you looking at? Looks like they failed too. They were really looking bearish here as they were trying to exit supply. Because basically I went from the recent high down to the open of the last green candle, and that gives us an area of supply. We stayed under that for a while. We broke above it, held it as support, had a fake out there, bullish kicker. That's when that CPI data came out. We had the pump to 155s. There's another now supply zone right here. Let's see if they want to turn this old supply, which they turned it into demand. Let's see if they want to keep it as demand, but they look to be breaking it. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see them want to come down and test the bottom of this range near 138.70s from the bigger time frames. Day trade wise, I don't know if you even want to do that. I haven't traded day traded Walmart before, so I don't know what their volume's like. I don't know if this one's a super strong day trader or not. I do like it for swing trades though. Walmart's always a really cool, slow, stable mover. They're really good for kind of practicing long swings on because it doesn't move super volatile, or at least most of the time it doesn't. There are days it loves to move. Fighting my mouse. This is insane. There, it's fine now. It's so weird. I'll invite Devin here in a few minutes. A few things to look at when you're joining our channel, and I need to do this more, and I know it might annoy some of you because you've been here, but for people who haven't been here, go to my channel. You need to watch this video, workshop number 11. It's the one-stop shop video to show you how we get our levels, how we navigate those levels, and as well as the 3 types of entries we limit ourselves to. And what do I mean by limiting ourselves to? We don't trade anything outside of these 3 entry types. If it's not the open range breakout, if it's not the retest, if it's not the buy the dip entry, then we're not trading it. It's just guessing. Limit yourselves to these entries. Limit yourself to the staircase method, which is also covered in this video, and it helps you learn how to grow your account in a reasonable manner, as well as instilling confidence in you using that system. Again, going from one contract, taking it to the first target for months on end, getting really good at that, getting really good at drawing the levels, and then after you have all that confidence and you feel like you have the knowledge, after those months and months and months of practice doing that same method over and over and over, drawing the levels, mental trading, reviewing, taking your trade, just taking your one contract trade to the first target while you're just trying to learn how to do this over and over, then you can start to pick up more contracts and try to take things to farther targets, taking everything to the first target, selling most of it, and then getting to your further targets. This is a great, it's called the staircase method, but it's a great method to help you push forward without really risking too much, and you're learning a crazy hell of amount. So it's really good. You want to learn as much as you possibly can, and this is probably one of the best methods to do it on. Good morning, Gold Creation. What's up, Delta? Tan's just been breaking. It's like almost a 4 black crows right now. Because you have a candle opening in the previous, breaks a new low. Opens in previous, breaks a new low. Opens in previous, breaks a new low. This one's going to open up about under this level here. So they'll be opening in the previous day as well. But they have a 4 black crows. But yeah, they've been bearish ever since they broke 77.20s. They rejected trend line with very low volume, by the way. And the next day they ended up breaking that support. So that was a really good rejection right here. This is what you could almost essentially call a daily time frame bear flag, because it ended up dropping, picking back up, rejecting not just a good area of a level or price action or a trend line, but it rejected very well with low volume. And then the next few days gave you that extra confirmation that they do want to come back down. And now it looks like they've broken that support, so you need to watch them kind of fight this area here for a bit. But it looks like if they do continue to reject this area, they will be down at 70 flat. To answer everything you were looking at, Daffy. Good morning, Rob. Let me get Devin in here. It's almost time, so let's just go ahead and invite him. Let me get my headset on. Then I get to hear all this beautiful music with you guys. I'll turn it down a hair. I've heard this 4-hour loop 100 times, so let's turn it down a hair.
Yo.
What's going on, boss?
Not too much, not too much.
Saw you on Twitter at like 7 a.m.
Yeah, man, I was watching for the jobless claims, and the first candle was a nothing burger, so I got up and started doing some chores and walked back, and it broke out, so it's whatever.
Like, what the hell?
Right, dude. Delayed candle, man. I was like, oh, this ain't gonna do nothing. Boom. Next candle.
That's funny. Devin loves to trade futures, by the way, so y'all have some context there. So whenever all these news pieces come out, it's joy to his ears. It sucks you have to wait for such a tedious time, too.
Yeah, and sometimes it is a nothing burger, like a no reaction, and like you don't get, like it doesn't move the market either way, and that's kind of what it did for the first 10 minutes, and the next 10-minute candle just blew through, back up.
Burger.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what they call it on the other podcast I watch. Nothing burger.
I hate those nothing burgers.
Mm-hmm.
I would at least prefer some lettuce. Amazon's lowest price during the 2020 COVID crash was $83.83. Amazon's closing price yesterday was $81.82. That's pretty crazy. So what do you think is going to happen today? What you got going through your mind?
Either they're gonna pump it up and pull it back down, or we might get a nice little rally. But I'm scared they're gonna kind of trap the bulls again.
Fake everybody out.
Yeah, try to fake everybody out.
Because they brought SPY to the perfect level. Like if it doesn't break
really
it's going down heavily. If it breaks up, it could go up heavily. 370 or 380.50 is a solid level.
Definitely not trusting the first move.
I do like Amazon as long as it holds 82.80. And I like Netflix. It kind of sucks they're breaking 282 right now, but I like that one a lot still. I think that has a really good chance of seeing the highs of yesterday. Meta is another pretty good one. And Google. Google was really one that I love because of the levels that they provided from previous day. 87, key level. 87.30 is another key level right above. What podcast do you watch, Devin? Somebody asked.
It's Benzinga pre-market prep. It's where everyone pulls their news from. The Benzinga news. It's They have a couple traders that do a pre-market podcast that are very well respected in the community.
Benzinga is like the original, like pre-market preparation guys. They've been around for a while. They are the original, whatever you want to call this. So yeah, shout out to Benzinga.
The one guy on there, Dennis, market makers, and like when they form new laws with the SEC and stuff like that, they'll come to him and ask his opinion on like how do you think this will affect market mechanics X, Y, and Z, and like they weigh in on his opinion how he thinks it will affect the market on some of their decisions. So like he's a pretty smart dude. He trades hundreds of stocks a day. Madman.
Oh, detouch those days when we had Charlie from Benzinga. Charlie was the GOAT. That's probably one of the few YouTube channels I would actually promote without being paid. Is Benzinga. Benzinga has a lot of really good resources and a lot of really good people behind their systems and all that.
Education, you know what I mean? To all aspects of the market.
Market's open, everybody.
Like Josh already mentioned, be a good idea to wait for some better price action to really tell us where we're going. Don't jump into anything crazy here.
Very dead open on SPY. I'm going to assume sectors are fighting each other right now.
Yeah, we got some stuff going up, some stuff going down. The retest. Meta pops and it's pushed all the way back down. Popped that pre-market high. Now it's pushed all the way back down to opening price.
Real estate and staples are trying to go green to red. Okay, I'm not letting this candle mess my chart up. Don't ever do this deal as TOS, guys, because you'll mess up some stuff. But if you see stuff like this, just fix it. 32.25. Let's just say 33.30.
Somebody fat fingered their algo first thing this morning.
Actually, I'm not going to mess it up. But you can fix this, though. You can make that candle disappear, basically. And it'll fix your zoom fill on your chart. I hate when that happens, though. You get like a crazy size candle or a huge wick, and then it like messes up your chart zoom fill. It's the worst feeling as a charter. You just click remove this bar. Yeah. I don't want to promote it because I don't want people just deleting random things. But that is a good way of fixing that, though, Amy. Thank you for adding that on. Where's my telefono? There we go.
Meta's touched both sides of its range, pre-market high and pre-market low now.
I'm seeing a lot of rejection on a lot of different sectors now. Google holding up pretty well.
XOM's pushing higher. Apple's trying to still hold up. So is Microsoft.
It's like people got one decent move in pre-market and they're like, I'm taking profits right at open.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's almost what that felt like. I bet we do get a pump. As long as 379.10 holds here, I would not be surprised to see a huge fat green candle come through.
Yeah, you got some stuff pushing up now. Amazon pushing up off. Google's still trying to push up. Microsoft moving higher. Crazy candle on Meta. Just all over the place.
Yo, my bad on it, Jay. I again forgot Twitter DMs exist. Google breaking 87, going into 87.30, which is kind of the other key level because it's kind of where a support is, where we could reject from underneath. Google getting going, though.
Yeah, SPY came up and popped that pre-market high.
So it looked like a lot of take profits in the first like 3-4 minutes, and now we're seeing a little bit of buying happening from those supports that have not broken.
Microsoft really pushing higher here, looking like it's going 238. Apple moving right along with it. Meta's trying to get back over pre-market high.
Yo, Darren, if you're on the YouTube stream, can you DM me? I have an important question.
Hopefully he's up.
Oh, he's up.
I'm trying to push higher with this pre-market high now.
Yeah, guys, that other scenario I talked about this morning is happening. Remember when I said if Microsoft gets going over the previous day open in this resistance here? That's very clean, by the way. I like the distance from pre-market. If this gets going, that can actually in turn help Apple, which was actually not looking too hot because they were up and against a really good level. Now they're through a good level. So you have both the king and queen of tech moving higher, which is a great sign for SPY and a lot of the Q sector. AMD having some trouble. Tesla still under. Nvidia having some trouble. Watch Nvidia. This could be a pretty incredible bounce as long as they hold 142.25. 142.20s. Amazon's got a really good kind of retest move as well with a long-legged doji now.
So as well, Tesla's looking about the same. Getting pushed back up on that wick.
Meta's up to that important resistance. Google's still above 87. They need to pop that 87.30 for more continuation.
It did take a quick pop early on the day. It would be good to sell into that 381 that it just wicked against. Probably can retest pre-market high. We are about 20 seconds away from that first 10-minute candle. Still trying to push higher.
Good thinking, Cheaptastic. Could have held a little longer, but 10% is good enough for me. Especially on an open like today where things look like they're getting going, but we need more information to prove that they will still go. But it is nice to see SPY touching the 380.50. If you go back out to that bigger time frame chart, we're above the intended area now. Now we just need to hold. Hold and continue going. So if you really want to watch a key level, it's really this was next. 380-130s. Super easy levels to watch. It's just the patience is hard to have. It's all about growing your confidence too. You know, I see some people, they'll say, you know, oh, my confidence is shit. I see the levels, I'm good at drawing the levels, but my confidence is bad. Then you're not mental trading enough. You're not visualizing enough. You're not giving yourself that practice of visualizing what's possible, what's not, what can happen if this happens, what can happen if this happens. You know, you're not giving yourself that preemptive look, I guess is what I'm trying to say, which is key to helping you grow that confidence. You're not just going to randomly grow confidence overnight.
Them in the candle still pushing higher through 381 nicely. Tesla still has not popped pre-market highs, so watch out for that.
And SPY is right up against that previous day open right now. So we're at the high right now. So if we can't pop this, you have to expect some amount of slowdown. If you want to cheat, you can go from the pre-market high up to the high of day, which is pretty close to where that previous day open is. You can draw yourself a little bit of a blue area, a little bit of a zone here. This could be thought of as a short-term support inside of that range. So if we can end up holding this after rejecting here, we can get a good pop. If we end up failing under this, we're not getting that good pop. And if we end up closing over this open, ignore this box entirely. I'm just throwing it preemptively so you understand what we're looking for. Let me go ahead and draw that level on this chart as well. We do seem to be pushing it right now. I'm going to leave that blue zone there until we get this candle to close. Do I use a spreadsheet? Yes, I do. I found I can't use percentages in mine because it psychs me out. What? Wait, how does that psych you out on your spreadsheet? Round of applause for Peter. He picked up 100%. I'm pretty sure that was a swing from yesterday, right, Peter? He swung Tesla or something. Jesus, Devin.
So my guy.
The number keeps going up on your post.
What post?
The one you just DM'd me.
Oh yeah, I took another trade, but I'm done now. I'm cool with that for the day, even though we are getting over this 381.58. Low volume week, last week of the year, keeping it green.
762, keep yourself in check, man. That definitely is a red flag. You said, makes me where I have to do the same percentage every day, and then I start over trading. You don't have to do anything over and over and over. Don't put yourself in that mindset where you have to do this or you have to do that. That's definitely bad. But if that psychs you out, though, what do? You just move it to the dollar amount, or what do you? What do you do to circumvent that, I guess is what I'm asking. Oh, beautiful job, Peter. Okay, it wasn't a swing. Good stuff, man.
Having a hard time with that opening price. That's we pushed up real quick there.
And yeah, we're
Amazon,
still getting a
go
good
ahead.
rejection on SPY. No, my bad. You go ahead.
Amazon's wicking off yesterday high. Microsoft's not near as close to yesterday high. It's kind of the same spot as Apple. Google's not very close. So it
Te-
looks like Meta and Amazon.
Tesla too. Tesla's
Yeah,
holding
Tesla.
really well.
Just got to get that pre-market high area now. Let's try it actually right now, as you said it.
Yeah, SPY is still just struggling with today's or previous day open. Today's open. I just make mine into just ticker profit. Oh, okay. Does that help you? 762? Switching it over like that? We're at previous day open. That's why we're struggling, everybody.
Meta's still pushing higher, testing that yesterday high. Google's still pushing, so comms are working out pretty well.
Yeah, a lot of the communication service sector this morning looked really good in the pre-market. I'm not surprised to see this sector killing it. XLC looked really good.
Earthbee's holding up but not moving much. Netflix is getting going pretty good.
AMD's rallying. Tesla's trying to. Apple's slowing down against that previous day open.
Watch for Nvidia to pop 145. It had a nice retest of the yesterday high and it's coming back up. So if it pops that 145 right here, it's going to look really good as it's coming up right now. Short-term time frame does have decent volume on that. Keep an eye out on that.
I literally just drew this line as a joke. I said I wouldn't be surprised. As long as 142.20s hold on Nvidia, you could get a pop back to the high of their range, and they are literally right back to where that is. That's funny. That was less than 10 minutes ago.
And it is...
No, you're good, Shaw Rose. I was just saying my reasoning. I'm sure there is a 30-minute supply there. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just didn't have that drawn.
Trying to come back up through the opening price of yesterday.
This could definitely get us going. Let me see the 30-minute. Let's see what Shaw Rose was saying. The way I grab supply is I go from the high to the open of the last green candle. Demand would be low to the top of the last red candle. So we are technically in supply from previous day.
There's a lot of things to get the same thing. I'm sure you can do a Fibonacci retracement to get the same line. There's a million different things you can do to get the same ares. Just understand what the areas are.
It's all price action. I mean, it's all the same.
It's all price action. It's all the same. There's a million different studies, ways to get it. As long as you get the same about the same areas, cool. If you use supplies, if it lines up, cool. Meta is getting over that yesterday high now. Got about 50 seconds on this 10-minute candle. Nvidia did make that quick new high over pre-market high, but has not confirmed.
Maybe today, if you guys want, we can do a couple tickers. We'll aim for about 10 o'clock my time, 10:30 my time, so that's Central Standard Time. If you guys want to go over some tickers, though, we'll cover some charts. I'll clear my chart and we'll go left to right on it. Is that something y'all want to do towards the end of stream today? And yeah, totally fine, Shaw Rose. If you're not comfortable, don't enter. This is a pretty easy indicator for emotions, too. If the trade itself, and this is just something you can remember forever, if the trade itself does not present, or if the trade itself is not effortless, like if you have to like sit there and kind of sweat some bullets, you shouldn't be in that trade. The trade itself should feel effortless.
Nvidia and Tesla 10-minute candles opening over that previous or pre-market high. Amazon over that previous day high. See if we hold here. This could get us pushing higher.
We're about to see the biggest fake out ever.
Yeah, the biggest fake out ever. XOM is drifting back towards this pre-market high. Apple's losing steam. Meta is rejected. It looks off 118.50. Still had a crazy move.
Uh-oh, Mel's short, everybody. Amazon kicking ass, man. Netflix, Meta, Google, all kicking ass. You love to see the pre-market prep work out. Out of put for minor loss, but still at a 10% gain done for today. Good review, Cheaptastic. It's only been 21 minutes, too, so it's nice that you've already kind of taken a couple trades. You got yourself in a good position. So that's good. Nothing to complain about there. Isn't this almost a cup in hand? Are you talking about SPY, Shaw? I don't like to call those out. I'll be honest with you. And this is just to set the tone for everybody here. I don't like to call out vague patterns because... Let's just take it for this example. Let's say I say it is a cup and handle, right? Yo, that's a cup and handle. What does that even tell you? You know, what are cup and handles historically? They're normally patterns, like a rising wedge is normally bearish, a falling wedge is normally bullish, but they're not. They're actually 50-50. I don't care what anyone tells you. These patterns are not leaning towards one side. But you could see many examples where a rising wedge actually continues lower or continues higher. You could actually see that some of these patterns are too vague. So unless you have an actual entry or actual plan behind that cup and handle, let's just use your example, the cup and handle, because you could say it is. What does that really tell you, though? You know, because if you really need the cup and handle, that means we're essentially waiting for another drop to hold, and then we'll get a bounce, right? But what happens if that doesn't bounce? What, you just don't trade it? You know, so that's why I don't call out those patterns. They're too vague, and they actually cut off half of the story. Because then you're just going to be sitting there going, oh, well, I'm just looking for the bounce off of this support, and we're going to totally rally. Now you're ignoring half of the chart, because now it could break lower. So that's the only reason I don't sit here and go, oh, okay, well, this is that, this is that. They are patterns, don't get me wrong. Exactly, patterns cause you not to take a trade. That's kind of what I'm getting at. And then you end up kind of being pissed off that you even called it out to begin with, or that you were too focused on it. You know, so that's why I try not to focus you guys on that too much, because I see them as too vague. I never see anybody explain them well enough to say, oh, this is entry, this is exit. And there are exact entry and exit points on all of those patterns, but every chart doesn't give you the exact same setup. You know, your cup and handle is not always going to be equivalent to the past 10 cup and handles you've seen on different tickers, if you know what I mean. So that's the only reason. I'm not bashing you. I actually appreciate that you're calling it out, because you're right. It is almost a cup and handle. But I'm just saying that's why you don't ever see me sitting here drawing them out or talking about them, because they're just too vague. Over time and over, you know, experience, and again, I have tons of experience to go. There's tons of years ahead of me. But I just see them as too vague. I don't see them as that helpful. Like flags, those are nice. 3 bars, 4 bars, these are nice because they're continuation patterns. But if you want to learn patterns, focus on candlestick patterns. If you really want to get some power in your punch, you want to learn some candlestick patterns. Candlestick patterns will put you in a place where you feel not just confident, but you'll almost be at a point where you're like, I know this is going to happen. You know, it puts you in a whole different seat. Exactly, like 762 just said. And that's what I was saying too. You know, you'll get fake outs and it just doesn't make sense. Maybe I should have put Boeing on the list. We started shorting it yesterday. for a swing in premium. We're up 16% now. I want to see 186's break, though, to the downside, because I think I have this inside it. Yeah. So I want to see this break to the downside and then break towards that trend line, which actually isn't that far away. I'm going to take most profits here. Trimming most here at 16%. Leaving runners. Target at 185. Stop loss at 189.35. Alright, sorry guys, I was kind of ranting on my own trade there for chat. But I wanted to get that thought process out. Alright, we're still holding this pretty well on SPY. Pretty good volume on that long-legged candle. So we actually could get a pretty good pop after holding that level now, guys. I would look for some bullish pops as long as 380, 120s hold.
Berk B's pushing higher now, getting going. Definitely could have SPY on the upside. Nothing's really selling off crazy.
They even came down and smacked that short-term retracement that we drew together. Let me go back to some of these tickers and see what's changed, what hasn't changed.
Got about 3 minutes left before our first 30-minute candle on the market today.
Tesla losing 120s. Watch for a close under 120. That could be the end of that rally. Pulled back, but nothing crazy. Nvidia, I mean, it hit a pre-market high. It's allowed to slow down. Amazon against the meat and the wick high of its previous day. So keep eyes on that. They're against the highs of yesterday. Netflix, Meta. I'm really glad we went over that in pre-market prep because those were the three that kind of stuck out to me the most. So I'm glad to see them kicking ass today. And Microsoft also holding their previous day open, previous day resistance as a support now. So it's actually pretty bullish. Basically, as long as they hold this, you should be bullish into the previous day highs. It's what I kind of see on SPY too. As long as it holds 380-120s in this little short-term range, you should see some pops into the previous day high. So there's a chance we see 383 here across the next hour or so. If you're cautious, just visualize, Shaw. Don't put yourself at risk. Just review. But a lot of the time when you're breaking supply, it's not just the bottom part. You also have to think about the top part of that supply, which you should watch my zones video. It breaks a lot of this down. But breaking into supply, it's not always just going to stop perfectly at the bottom part of that. Sometimes you do go to the top part of that as well. You know, so you're going to have that. But if you're cautious, just review. Don't put yourself in a position where you're not really comfortable being in a trade because you don't know what's going to happen. You know, wait until you grow. And that's what I talk about so much, about reviewing, visualizing, preparing different charts, taking mental trades, because this alone will give you as much confidence as you can possibly get. And then over time, you won't have that caution inside of you. I mean, you will, but it'll be at a healthy amount. But if you do want to learn more on zones, check out my zones video. I took a lot of time on that video. It's pretty well planned out.
Got a minute left on this 30-minute candle, and the SPY is trying to close at the high. Meta's still pushing higher, trying to get over that previous wick, and there it goes, new high on Meta.
Alright, I answered all my DMs on Twitter. Y'all don't have to hate me anymore. I
It's
forget they
already,
even have that.
they don't tell you, you got a message.
You don't even pay attention to the button at the bottom right because you're too focused looking at your normal feed or your other notification. Like I don't even realize the button's there half the time. You said watch above 282s, target 284, 50, 286. We're now in the 288, 289 area, so that did insane. Google key levels 87 towards 8730, 8780, and 88. We've gone up and we've almost hit we've hit 2 out of 3 of those levels. They have not hit the they've almost hit the second out of the third level. They've almost gone to 8780, but they held 8730 very well so far. Lowering volume from that push, so I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people were cautious taking longs right now, and I think I'm kind of getting the vibe of that on a lot of charts right now. Everything's holding a bullish spot and looks really good for a bounce, just nothing's getting that extra oomph. Nothing's getting that extra push. I can barely handle my girlfriend texting me all the time. Almost 1 in 3 car buyers are now taking out 6 to 7 year loans on used vehicles to help lower monthly payments. NFT sales have dropped nearly 90% from the high sales volume in January.
You don't say it.
Who's surprised? Not me. Considering over 80% of the volume was fake to begin with. When you can buy something, or when you can sell something, buy it again, and repeat that process, and that counts as volume, that's a freaking red flag. Especially on something that's a very closed market. Apple coming back down to open. Great call out, Money Lisa. I also saw you mention Apple had, let me go back to your message. You said Apple decreasing volume. That was a very good early call out. That was at 8:52. Which means you were calling that out right here because you had lowering volume on that push and a return back. So great work on the early indication, Money Lisa. Beautiful job. I saw you mention that though. Excuse me. Now we have Apple pulling back. Let's go check Microsoft. Is she pulling back? She is a little bit, but hasn't lost anything. So keep eyes on Microsoft. This was one of the leading indicators with Apple to help take that tech sector higher. And technically, even on this pullback, Apple isn't bearish yet. You could say this drop is bearish, duh, but they haven't really broken anything significant yet. So if you want to watch for the next drop, keep eyes on this meet of the pre-market high and the today's open. Because if they can crack that, that can really get going to the downside. Tesla might be a really good retest play to the downside. If you guys look, they've had nothing but lowering volume. So watch for that lowering volume trend to break. Apple almost down to that pre-market high. Amazon still fighting the previous day highs. That's gonna be something we need to keep our eyes on.
Meta doing its own thing, hitting 119. Got 120 and 120.50.
Jesus, Meta. Google's going up to that second target after holding 8730s as support. Beautiful to see the levels working out. And Microsoft actually holding pretty well. So we'll see if Apple actually helps Microsoft get a bounce. Because if Apple holds this and continues higher, Microsoft might not even have to do another retest. They might just go up to the previous day highs from here. So that'd be interesting to watch. Yeah, Netflix flew through that 286. And it's crazy too, because really all the confirmation you needed was the first 5-minute candle. You know, here's yesterday's open. They pushed above it in pre-market. And yeah, they opened higher, but they went down and held it really well. So that was a pretty good early bullish indication. Then the next thing was, okay, we'll watch the previous day highs. They ended up getting an indecisive candle, and then they pushed through that. So they've been bullish since this candle for open range breakout. But since open, they've technically been bullish. Which is why I'm glad we covered Meta, Netflix, and Google before open today, because those did have pretty good pre-markets that kind of made you think like, wow, this is going to get some good moves today. SPY still holding very well above 381.20s. We'll see if they get a good pop over the next few candles on this, but we're still experiencing no crazy volume or anything. But we don't have any bearish indications yet. We just have a slight bullish push so far, is really all we have from open.
Brick B's at its yesterday high now. Trying to pop it. See if we can get over that. That would be good for SPY. Google's still chugging along. Amazon retesting that yesterday high, see if we can get that previous wick. SPY touching 382.
Like I said, you should be bullish as long as 381.20s hold on SPY. Google touching that next level. Great call out, Isaiah. Nvidia 5-minute tweezer bottom, holding the open. Loading 150s next week, right in the 5-minute.
B still pushing higher. Meta's got increasing volume on this 10-minute candle right now. Looking pretty good to go towards that 120.
Netflix looking like an 80% entry. Good call out, Mies. They do have very weak volume on this reversal here. If you go from recent breakout to high of that move, they're actually holding the golden pocket very well. Good call out, Mies. Good call out, Isaiah. You're correct. They did smack that next level. Nice to see Google work out very well. Nice to see some of our plans working out from the comm sector, from Google. A little bit of our TA from Apple, Microsoft was working out. Now we're just seeing them kind of weak together. Apple went down, tested a very good important area. Microsoft really just still hanging out above an important area. No oomph in their push. No extra fuel. Tesla trying to push higher. They did break that rising volume or lowering volume trend finally. Every single candle up to this point was just lowering, 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 and this candle right here had rising. So a potential bullish push here on Tesla if they can hold 120s and push over 121.50s. So keep eyes on that one. That's not a bad watch though. Because if it fails, it'll also turn into a really good downside play. They're definitely fighting over their key level though at today's open. Pre-market high, today's open, essentially the same level almost. Nine 9% overall are done for the day. Mental trades only now. Looks like there will be still plenty of opportunity out there, though. Good job, Mac Daddy. Round of applause for Mac Daddy, not only on his gains, but on his maturity, on his mental trading, switching from live into mental trades. Therefore, he doesn't put himself at risk, and he can continue learning. I like that a lot, though. And yeah, we have a very ugly push, but it's still a bullish push from open, as I've covered multiple times today. Alright, I am dropping some frames right now. If you experience lag, just reload the stream. We'll go back a few seconds. Tesla possibly trying to get going on. See if that rallies or not. Key tech indicator will be watching Apple to see if they continue to hold 128s or see if they lose 128s. So keep your eyes on Apple for a leading indicator on tech momentum. Amazon trying to penetrate the previous day highs. They already are. We're just trying to hold it now and get going. So it's looking bullish. Meta is probably going to slow down soon. Same for Google. And same for Netflix.
Nvidia coming back up for that intraday high.
Yeah, AMD just pushed a new high, so Nvidia should follow. Let's go, SPY. Another high of day. They're going to keep pushing that. We'll probably see them hit 383s, like I said, as long as 381.20s hold. Which we saw a good short-term retest. We saw a good retest hold on top of that area. So there is good fuel behind it. We're just not getting a crazy amount of volume. This candle had pretty good volume, but we'll see if we get that push up to 383s or not. And this is why I say mental trade as much as you can, because a lot of people you're going to see today are going to say, we'll go hit 383, and they'll say, I'm going to wait for a better entry. It's like, what are you doing? You know, a good entry actually happened back here. You know, I talked about it a few times, saying as long as 381.20s hold, it should be bullish. So that should be essentially your stop loss, or even just use your short-term pullback spot as a stop loss. Getting in, you know, no hesitation. This is what mental trading can take away from you, is that hesitation that stops you from entering trades. Tesla
Amazon,
oh,
go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Amazon and Tesla getting it going. Amazon's helping Tesla.
I was just about to say Tesla as well, so I'm glad I let you go.
Google is trying to keep going towards that yesterday high and pushing Meta towards 120. Netflix about to pop a new high. B popping new highs. Nvidia trying to push high over that last entry high. Looking good for that 383. Views are trying to break that yesterday high. See if they're going to confirm. Still got quite a bit of time on this 10-minute candle.
Almost made it to 383. Less than 20 cents away. Technically, we're in the previous day high supply already, though. Doesn't have to go smack 383 to the cent. I just typed in chat. I said you should be trimming profits here if you entered SPY above 381.30s from today's list. 380.50 was the key level to hold and move higher from. We know this because we charted out the bigger time frame and we covered this all together. They broke that level. They break a good short-term level. They hold it and they move higher from it. And now they've reached previous day high supply. If you go from the high to the open of the last green candle, whoops, it didn't draw it correctly. The open of the last green candle, we've actually made it into that supply. Just let me type that so people see. So good job, everybody, on the initial SPY breakout. You're out of Tesla, not trusting the volume. So definitely move your stops higher, runners, whatever you have to do. If you're only in one contract, take your profits. Wait for more opportunity. But beautiful job on the initial callouts, initial callouts that we had here on SPY from our levels. Most of the list, though, has done pretty good so far. I think Microsoft's the only one that hasn't really done anything crazy, and even they're making a new high of day. So everything seems to be working out with how we planned to the upside. And this is why it is important to look at the right levels. Sorry, I was brain farting reading something.
B still moving higher. Amazon, Google's almost at that yesterday high. New 10-minute candle.
Netflix held that short-term pullback, hit 290, very clean. Good job on calling out Tesla with Amazon. That was a really good push. Because, yeah, Amazon definitely fueled Tesla moving higher. Because they belong to the same sector. They're some of the top weights within the same sector. That's why I'm saying that, guys. Just for anybody who doesn't know. And, yeah, Apple did a really good hold of that 128 area. Good call out, Zaytoven. Nvidia made that new high. I saw somebody mention their reversal. Good job, whoever that was. Microsoft's still wanting to push new highs.
Hopefully, Apple joins the party. You're at 9 cents off at 383. Just trying. All this just to sell it off tomorrow.
Good job, Mike, on your SPY swing. Leland popping in to drop his Tesla gains.
Sonya had a really good SPY swing too. She did like 255%.
Sonya got 255%?
You on a SPY swing?
No way. Where is this at?
Send it in my DMs.
Sonya, present yourself. I want to see that in trade results. Or at least a review or something. That's an insane gain. People see those percentages and they don't think like what it actually is. Like 255% is essentially getting 2.5 times what you put in. But that's insane to hear from Sonya. I'm really happy to hear that because Sonya is one of those really, really awesome people that I just enjoy having in the group.
Since her verbal review over the thing.
Okay, bet.
In Discord.
That is wild. And yeah, it looks like Tesla was serious after they finally broke that lowering volume trend from this candle. They've just been moving up since then. Lowering, back to rising. Really, really good push from Tesla. Apple's still going. Microsoft's slowing down again. I think Apple's just catching up to what Microsoft just did, though. SPY looking top heavy. Oh boy, Leland typed. And yeah, everybody, make sure to drop a like on the stream. We have 160 people in here, 97 likes. Let's try to balance that out a little bit. Beautiful job, though, everybody. Seriously, if you took trades from my levels, if you had your own levels set and you were taking some trades, great work. Again, I'm not looking for credit or anything. I'm just here to congratulate everybody on any of the trades they may have taken. Great job, everybody. Glad to see everybody either on the same page or pretty close to the same page. Thank you, E. Good luck to you as well. I'm happy that I sold my last Tesla post after Elon got on Spaces. Yeah. It's also just hard to bet against Tesla when you're already at such low levels. And you could say, oh yeah, they're going to break 100. And yeah, they definitely could. But after such a crazy drop for so long, it's time for a little bit of basing. And that's not even to say Tesla's bullish right now. They're not. They're basing. You need to find more basing to see better moves to the upside. Right now, you're just seeing a relief bounce, really. But good job, though, Tobias, looking back and seeing that. Spax, what's up, man? It's like your name is Spaces, but it's not Spaces. And that's smart, playing small on such a play like that, Tobias, because there's no point going too heavy. Because, yeah, you could have made more, but who cares? You know, you took such a, not aggressive play. You took a really, really good long-term play on that. That's really good. So I'm very happy to hear about that. Very happy to hear that you said you played small, because that just shows that you are mature. You understand the risk-reward behind what you're doing. That's a feature about traders too many people look over, is how much they risk on certain trades. You should understand, okay, well, I'm taking a very aggressive trade. Well, then you probably shouldn't risk as much as what you normally would like to risk. Versus, okay, this is a super passive play. I'm going to put a lot more in this. You have a major trend line on Tesla where we are now. Okay, we'll watch this together. Race to the bottom of 2022. Stocks that lost the most market caps. These are all the stocks that lost the most. Wait for Meta to pop up. Meta's gonna take over. Look, see, I told you. Right as I said it, they went to the top. They've been burning so much since like end of January, beginning of February. Which they should not be losing more than these companies. There we go. Microsoft, Apple catching back up. Oh, who's gonna take the lead? Amazon. Yo, this is intense.
It's crazy how many times it switched. Of who was losing the most. Tesla's just gonna come out of nowhere.
I mean, it was up top for a second, then it came back down. Meta, though, I knew Meta was gonna pop up there at the beginning. I was just waiting on it. This is a pretty sick-ass video. I think it'll end with Amazon, Microsoft, or Meta on top. No way Apple's up top. Yeah, I was going to say, look, Amazon, Microsoft, 2 out of the 3 I said. Then Meta's down here in 5th. That was a pretty badass video. Yeah, for real, the music on that. I thought we were going to war watching that. That was crazy. I mean, I think watching their market cap is a pretty good picture. You could really look at it from either perspective, Tobias. That would be cool though if they had a same video but showing percentages, not dollar amount. Essentially, both are important. I would say both are equally important. But no, I get what you're saying though. That perspective does kind of make it seem a certain way. Lowering volume on these sellers since we hit supply of previous day highs. So we need to watch for them to push into this to show more bullish control. If they end up continuing to reject this and we even produce another lower high, this will most likely be high of day for the most part. Could see another one end of day, but for right now, this is what we're looking at. This 30-minute, I keep saying it from Shaw's message earlier. The previous day supply on the 5-minute. Would I say this is a good entry for calls on SPY? No. You're late. That entry was back here. Somewhere in here. Any entry in this area was a good entry into this supply. Now what you need to wait for, if you're paying attention, is watching past this supply. If we end up rejecting this, we'll most likely be pulling back all the way back down to 381.20s, the level in which we broke out from. And if you really want to get down to the bones of it all, we've been bullish since we broke 380.50s, which is why I put it on the list today. If you missed out, don't beat yourself up. That is the last thing you should do. Mental trade. Go back and visualize. What was a good spot I could have entered? Watch workshop number 11. And it's okay if you felt cautious today. That was a good thing to have in you. Having a little bit of caution. It's very hard to grab into these positions after we've already moved up so much in pre-market. So you're not crazy if you were cautious.
SPY 10-minute is trying to make a little 3-bar play here if it does pop this new high with volume.
Yeah, I like this lowering volume pullback on sellers because it doesn't make it bearish yet. It just shows a slowdown. But if we reject here, that will be bearish. But like Devin said, if we can push past this, we're still bull. We're still bullish control. I'm just highlighting the next area price has to break.
And the risk reward's definitely not to the upside because we've already ran so much. Like, could it go up? Absolutely. Is it guaranteed? Definitely not. So we just got to wait for the better information.
Tobias, I just saw what you said. Dude, for real, we might have to run that flute music back. That was a little intimidating. Sick beat, yo. Here's a cool post by my friend Username. Tesla, upper trend lines, 15-minute and the 1-minute. So it's got a bit of a rising wedge on Tesla. Both on a bigger squeeze and a smaller squeeze. So be very careful on that. But good post by Username here. If we get a wick down on this is going to be a reversal for sure. We have very high volume on this candle now. Let's see if they hold the new high, or are they going to wick back down? That'll be a really big sign for us here on this candle. Missing a move and then not chasing has been the absolute hardest challenge to overcome. And think about it logically. That makes sense that it is one of the hardest things to overcome. Because you miss out and then you're like, well shit, let's just chase it and I'll set a looser stop loss or something. And then you chase it, it reverses, and it cuts you, and then you don't cut. Sometimes people just don't cut there at all. So it's good to have that plan beforehand, but it is definitely one of the hardest barriers, like you said, to overcome, Mac Daddy. I agree. Because it involves you stopping yourself. That's the hardest thing in life in any scenario. You know, let's say you're an alcoholic. Hey, don't drink anymore. You're an alcoholic. That's so hard for you to tell yourself that and stop yourself. You know, it's the same thing with trading. And I mean, not essentially. You're not an alcoholic, but you know what I'm saying.
Microsoft still pushing higher. 3 more play on the 10-minute trying to play out. See if we're going to hold or get wicked. Increasing buyer volume is on the 10-minute from that last candle. With 5 minutes left to mention. Quite a bit of time left.
We didn't get the wick down on this candle, so that's actually a very strong bullish candle. Let's see if we can get past this 5-minute supply from previous day highs.
That's still trying to hold that pre-market high level. Amazon's still holding above yesterday high.
And right here, guys, this is what I'm talking about. Like, this is what you pick up on after being a more seasoned BB trader. Look at how Daffy is able to point out exactly what I'm pointing out. You know, he can see that, okay, well, there's a chance we could reverse here, but there's also a chance we could start continuing higher after this impressive push. I mean, you can't lie. We're almost up 2% on the day on SPY. Very impressive. But it's just nice to see, like, oh, okay, there are other people who are seeing exactly what I'm saying. So it's nice to just kind of go back and see, oh, Daffy knows what he's talking about. It just goes to show anybody can do this. It's just levels. The levels are not the hard part. I would say navigating and controlling your emotions are the hard part. Maintaining, being able to take a trade, move on, come back the next day, start over and over and over and over and over. Tobias, you're not wrong. Yeah, zero TTEs are for alcoholics, that is for sure. For people who like to chase that feeling, which, you know, it's fine if you're only risking a little bit and you understand the risk reward behind it. That's one thing. But just doing it over and over and over is not the way to trade. I would essentially say you're not even trading if that's all you use. You're essentially gambling. Calling it for the day for any real trades. Took some on Apple after the first pullback and rejection of pre-market high. Good stuff, Sherman. Have a great rest of your day. We're gonna shred the gnar. Somebody just sent me this. Where is it? I'll just go find it again. There are some degens here. I would hope so. It's nice to have a little bit of a degen inside.
Microsoft only a few cents off that yesterday high, still trying to drag Apple up with it.
Oh, yo, you're 100% right on it, Jay. 300% right. 1,000,000,000% right. Microsoft making it to that previous day high. That is very impressive. One of the few scenarios we talked about today was this bullish breakout that we're seeing now. Again, this is why you cover this, because even if you had that caution this morning and you thought, hey, we're going to drop, you still have to cover what's possible for the upside. And this is exactly why. Because then you're going to get moves like this that happen and you're just going to be slapped in the face. You're like, how is this even happening? You know? And if you were paying attention, you would know how it's happening. This is why it's really good to kind of go from the bigger down to the smaller time frame. Watch Tesla possibly forming a lower high. Good call out. And that's kind of what I was watching for on SPY, but they just keep smacking that same level. But good call out lead land on the potential lower high. His last candle on SPY shows a lot of indecision. 100%. Great call out by Daffy. Calling it a day for trading. Day job, unfortunately, needs my attention. Well, have a great rest of your day, Will. Thanks for tuning in when you could. We appreciate you. Hope you have a great rest of your day. Good job on your Tesla swing, boss.
Microsoft touching that yesterday high. Meta still pushing higher. Google popping through yesterday high. Netflix trying to get over 290 finally. Seems that's going to confirm.
SPY still having struggle with the 5-minute supply from previous day highs. We'll see if this is our high of day or not. We're still not crossing it. Like Daffy said, getting some indecision up here. Nothing really crazy though. I mean, we have a pretty good high volume tweezer top almost. You could almost say it's a tweezer top, which is a bearish reversal signal. Well, we don't have any follow through after that, so that's kind of what we're waiting for now, is some follow through. I think a big key indicator would not just be to exit this range, but to also break this right here, because this is where price came up, held as a short-term retest, and then made that new high. So you might also just want to watch that 382.30 area for a better break below, to possibly bring us back to this 381.20, 381.30 area.
Meta tapping 120. If you can get over 120, it's got 120.50, and that thing has made an incredible move.
Is that NVIDIA?
No, Meta.
Oh, Meta, my bad. Yeah, that has made a pretty insane move today. I mean, they're almost up 4%. Only thing more impressive than that is Netflix, and they're in the same sector. I would say the strongest sector individually from the top weights, I would say the best breakouts that happened were actually from XLC, which I have not said a whole lot over the past few months. But today, I'm glad we went over it in pre-market, because that was definitely impressive. It's nice to be aware of what the sector possibly might be for the hot sector of the day. And wow, Will had a day today. He said Meta 24%, BA 19%, SPY 18%, Microsoft 19%, QQQ 18%. Thanks be on the SPY call out. One loss on the day was a SPY mispurchase of minus 11%. Damn, that is still a crazy day though. If SPY held over 383.12, would calls be viable still? Yes, they would. Technically, they'll still be viable as long as they hold over this support. It's really this support. If they can hold this area and continue to build here and then move higher, that'll be a key level to hold. Young's pen. But yes, to answer your question, your favorite stream song? It almost does sound like some really cheap jazz music. I just Snapchat lived Dylan to see if he was up.
He's sleeping.
No, he was up. There was sunlight in his room. When I say Snapchat live, I meant whatever the hell it's called on Snapchat. It's like FaceTime, but on Snapchat. Which I guess I could have just FaceTimed him. Good idea, Shaw Rose. I like that the most. This trader always provides great insight. Have you seen his post? Whose post? Who we talking about?
The guy's name, this trader.
Yeah, like I don't. But great. I was gonna say great job or great idea, Shaw Rose. I like what you're saying. Enter puts on the open below 9 EMA. We've been riding it the whole day. I like that a lot.
VWAP trader.
And where is VWAP Trader 1 at? Is this Discord? Is this Twitter? Is this YouTube? Where is this? I need some context here, Tobias. To answer your question, though, no, I've not seen his post. I try not to watch too many traders. There's just too much noise. Plus, half of them don't know what the hell they're talking about. Oh, okay, yeah. I can see why you sent it like that then. The link didn't send. Okay, I was like, what are you talking about? I get what you're saying, though. I can look for him, but I just try not to follow too many traders. I just think it's too much noise. Because there's always going to be really good traders out there. Using different strategies, all kinds of different things.
Dude, Dylan just woke up.
There's my boy.
He had to fire up his computer, turn on the YouTube.
Sweepy head, Dylan. Took big last short spy, gave back all my gain from yesterday and some. Beehive day is 383.13. LOLOL. Your level is 383.12. oh, you're talking about spy. Yeah, man, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Wills to 7 Mo. I need to do better. My level's off an entire cent. I need to do better. Not good enough. Just not good enough. I mean, it's nice having a system that's super accurate, because then it kind of gives you at least an initial platform to build off of. You know, you start kind of you don't really rely much as on levels anymore. You start to realize, like, all right, where should I start taking my risk reward, pattern recognition, you know, being able to learn navigating the levels. Coach, I've covered it a couple times. Maybe you're just tuning in. But essentially what we're waiting for is for either 383.15 to break, which really you want to watch that entire blue area above break because that's the supply of yesterday. If you go from the true high to the open of the last green candle from that high, it gives you an easy supply area, which initially just tells you there's a lot of seller volume there. So that's why we're getting a slowdown. We've had a very nice pump, so you can't argue that we need to go up more. We don't need to do anything. But you could look past this area for more into the 384, 385s. And essentially, though, if we do not push this and we keep giving us seller signals, because you have a seller signal here now. Now you're looking for a lower high to be made, and if we continue basing here, you need to watch for either this to break above or for the short-term retest at 382.30s to break for a breakdown, if that makes sense. Exact. Noxta just explained it very well, too. Spy Bull's just out of steam here, keeping bears at bay, but no steam left for themselves. And this is where I always say a lot of people lose because they get too caught up in wanting to chase. They get caught up in thinking, oh, this is definitely going to happen. When in reality, they just need to chill out because there's no steam on either side of this. We have Really good bullish push from open. You have a couple bullish indications here. You get a bearish indication, and now we're basically just waiting to see who really has control. So it's not really jump in, you know, on any side. It's really 50-50 right here. I think a lot of people think, oh, this is super bullish, this is super bearish. But in reality, it's neither. It's both. Neither and both, whatever you want to think. Mexico City considers regulating Airbnb. Who would have thought? $380.12 is hard to break. Been rejected the last 2 days. Breadth very strong today. Could still push through. Apple looking for a high day here. Could push spot. Good call outs by Amy. Look at her switching around the different things to kind of pick up on multiple indications of what's possible here. Great job, Amy. Round of applause. I love seeing when you pop up, Amy, because you always have something crucial to say. Every time I read something you say, it's always something important. It's always something that actually helps us visualize what's possible, what's not possible. So I actually do appreciate you. Apple new hive day, great call out by username as well. You're in TQQQ here. Oh, what's up, Ripcord? I'm out. Was fun. See you all in the new year. See you later, Tobias. Be safe, man. Hope you have a great rest of your year. What is the last day of the year? Saturday. So Sunday is the new year. Yeah, Tesla getting going again. Overall, very low volume still, but nice to see them still trying to step it up when they finally do make that new high. So we'll see if they get some more volume in that. I mean, more impressed by that Apple push than anything. See how Microsoft's doing.
Google and Microsoft still just chugging up. Definitely setting up to give that yesterday high pop now. We're almost there. 19 cents away. B coming back up off a yesterday high retest. See if it takes out that intraday high. Nvidia coming back up to retest its intraday high.
Oh, the 1 minute volume. Okay, my bad. Spy trying to get going with that new high on Tesla and Apple. This angle is getting a lot more sharp though, so be very careful on any new pushes to the upside. I just think initially they were already tired. Earl, if you go back out to the bigger time frame, and this is why we were shorting them. We still have some runners on this. But it's just that they're tired. If you've been paying attention to, they've actually been rallying while the market's been chilling or even dropping. So if anything, they've already been kind of not playing alongside SPY, which they don't have to. I don't even think Boeing has that high of a beta, which beta basically is just how close does something trade with SPY or the S&P. And Boeing actually doesn't trade that well with the S&P. Plus, I think there was outlying. Yeah, because look, airlines are up today, but you have Boeing down again. But they really aren't down that much. They're very, very small percentage down. And technically, they're still in a really good area of supply. They failed to hold it as support. Technically, they're still trying to. So technically, they're not really that bearish yet. They need to break 186s to really get that drop going. But you're right. You know, they do have overall weakness compared to this push we have today on SPY, which is up, 1.75%. So I don't have any actual reasoning for it. I would just say I believe that the Boeing chart was a little tired to begin with. Because if you go to SPY, during all this drop and this basing, what has BA been doing? BA's been rallying and just now basing. So if anything, I would just say you're probably just seeing a little bit of a slowdown on Boeing itself. I haven't checked the other airlines, so I'm not sure on that. But that's my short-term thinking on that. Shaw, I would wait for whatever this is, 383.40. Wait for 383.40 to pop. And again, you don't really want to play after such a sharp angle and a good rise and you're in supply. You don't always need to look for the open range breakout, getting that rising volume close over. You might want to wait for the retest on top of this to show that this supply is turning demand, because you got to remember this is still supply, which is bearish. So you want to see the retest on top. So you might have to wait a little bit longer to take another long opportunity. If we get a dip down to here and you see them basing and holding very well, that might be a good entry. But at the same time, since we just left supply, that might be the initial entry for downside as well. So I would actually be very timid or very careful on next long entries. I would take your time. But that's just my thought process on that. And I know what my thought process is probably a little boring to a lot of you, because you don't want to hear, oh, wait. You don't want to hear that. But that's the truth. You don't want to just jump into an open range breakout. You want to wait till it sits on top of this and then pushes higher, because then you have a kind of confirmation that bearish zone is now potentially bullish. YoB have sat and observed the last 3 weeks. Took 2 trades today. SPY calls, one on both, 35% and 16% respectively, plus 10.5% on the account overall. LFG. Let's go, Shamrock. Beautiful job, man. Let's get a round of applause for Shamrock here. But very happy to hear that, Shamrock. I love your approach. I love that you just kind of sat here, observed for a little bit, and then you started to kind of put yourself in that seat where you want to potentially take some trades. I love that you took your time on that. Great job, though, Shamrock. I'm really happy to hear that. And regardless of being from my levels, your levels, wherever, I'm just glad to see you succeeding, growing, and then also having some reasoning. Make sure you post some trade reviews as well. It's nice to win. It's nice to take a small loss that you planned out, but make sure you post that review as well. Get your thought process out there. Which you guys are crazy. I don't know if y'all noticed, but yesterday, you guys blew up Trade Results channel. This is today. Jeez, I'm still in today. It's not even that long. You guys are crazy. Here we go. All right, so we're in yesterday now. Look at how many posts are in here. I'm still in yesterday. Jesus. There we go. Finally hit the bottom or the top. But look how many posts were in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 if you count Not Nice's first breakdown. 18, 19. Tons of conversation. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. I mean, it's just crazy how many trade reviews you guys posted. I'm so glad after... I don't know if me getting on to everybody helped or not, but I'm just really glad to see you guys taking that initiative. Don't just post your wins. Don't just post your losses. Post both. Be open. Talk about your... Talk about your thought process. Why did you like the entry? Why did you like the exit? What was your reasoning for this level? Why do you have this level? Why do you have that, this? You know, talk about everything. Hey, beautiful job. Oh, he's tagging from our original conversation. He was asking me what we would look for, and I'd say, here's my link. He was talking about it yesterday. I said it's a bullish Harami, good volume for the Tesla chart yesterday, which gives good leeway for a possible green day going into the next day. It's not 100%, but it's very high probability. And then he said, what would you target? I was talking about... where are we at? Okay, I've already missed where it is. But I talked about going to the gap first and then aiming for 125, 128, possibly 130. And now we filled the gap on Tesla. So I'm really happy to see that too. Thank you for tagging me on that, Kai. 123.50 first for the gap, and then you can aim for 126s, 130s. Let's go see on the Tesla chart what happened. My chart will load. And we just hit 123.50, so we just filled the gap on Tesla for the 2 day ago gap. Very, very clean. You can actually see they went down and held the bottom of it, and then just kind of towed it up a little higher over time. Beautiful job though, and Kai, thank you for following up with me on that. So I like to see sometimes when the levels don't work due to something happening. I like to see when the levels work. It's just nice to kind of get the full process over it. Oh, good add-on, Dylan. SPY still rejecting supply. And yeah, same Noxta. They're holding up impressively well. And I don't know if it's because the bulls are holding up strong or if the bears are just also as weak. Because you got to also think from the bears' perspective, you know, they're probably a little cautious seeing this rally and seeing us hold such bullish levels now. You know, they basically put us back into range today from the bigger time frames. Which you can see here. Whoops, wrong chart. After that scary close with a good volume, I mean, not crazy, but not the worst. Got us back into range, and now we're back above that, back into this consolidation, which was one of the scenarios we talked about, because it's very easy to say, oh, we're falling. But it's hard to say, oh, if we end up holding this, we're going to be back into range, and we're going to most likely see more consolidation before a better breakout to the up or the downside. But yeah, very impressive to see us coming back and holding that very, very crucial 378 to 380.50 area. Very, very impressive. And yeah, those numbers that came out today, that's what helped this rally kind of initially fuel up. Positioning of the chart helped out as well. Still having trouble with this supply, still rejecting 383.12s. On SPY, Daffy? Yes, looking for a pullback to 382.30. And if 382.30 breaks, we can expect a larger pullback. Yes, Drew, I can. I'll go over it again. So basically, and I'll zoom in so you can see it. Basically, I went from the last high. Whoops. I went from the high of previous day to the open of the last green candle, which would be the candle that the high was formed on, which essentially forms an area of supply. You can do the same thing on the bottom too. It's a little different. And here I'll copy and paste the rules of this so you can make it yourself, but there is a video on this on my YouTube. It's called Zones, or How to Draw Zones BB Style, somewhere on my channel. But it's my only real zones video. I'll send this though. So look at the message I'm sending in the YouTube chat right now. Oh my god, it's too big. Okay, well, I'll do this. There you go. Short supply zones at the top, open of the last bullish candle to the most recent high before the decline, and long demand zones at the bottom. Bottom is the most recent low before the big move up to the top of the last bearish candle. So you can see we did that for the supply, and if we were to do it for, which there really wasn't a reversal for an uptrend, so you can't, it's not really fair to say, oh, this is demand right here. It's just not fair to say that because there isn't really a reversal from here, so there's not really an area of demand right there on that previous day. But that's where I'm getting that supply from, is using those rules. And good call out. Somebody said we opened below the 9. I saw another person say we just lost the 9. So good call outs, guys, on the 9 EMA. It's probably the only decent short-term indicator I like. I don't have it on. I probably should put it on more, but I do like that 9 EMA a lot. So if you guys are using that, beautiful job. Lowering volume, very regular for a pullback down to a good level. I mean, we need to see us break this level, but it's not surprising to see lowering volume on the pullback.
The market's still slowing down to the downside here. I'm gonna take off the day. I gotta go get a doctor's appointment taken care of real quick.
He's got to get some blood work done. The Army's extracting all of his blood to make super soldiers for the United States of America.
Yeah, no. If you don't get your blood work done as a man, you should get that stuff checked out. Get it done regularly. I encourage all my friends to do it. But yeah, so I'm gonna go take. Don't give your profits back. Stay green. I've seen a lot of us make good trades this morning. No reason to give any money back to the market. Take care, y'all.
See you later, Devin. I'll miss you.
See you, Josh. See you in a bit.
Me sitting here trying to remember what's the last time I got my blood checked. Pure-blooded. Heard that. Yeah, I only bleed red candlesticks. I don't know about you guys. Jesus, Dylan. Should we get Dylan in the call now? Does Dylan have the balls to be in the call? I don't think Dylan could handle it. The smiley face says it all. Everything just looks so tired. It's not that they're bearish or bullish, they just look tired. Attrition is everywhere. Now I have you all to myself. My personal bias about wicks is the more important than money in the candle. Exactly, lack of interest. I would have request to join your stream, but I'm afraid we might lose viewers. It's like a war zone in my house. Jesus. Totally fine, Daffy. There's always the future, too. I mean, we literally have an army of people I can invite into these streams. I just try to keep it very minimal, because I don't want... If I let one person in, then the other 50 are going to want to join in. So that's my whole thing. I've really only invited Devin, J-Bake, Leland, Dylan, just a bunch of people that I can trust that I've been next to for years on years on years. I think Dylan's the one I've known the longest. I've known Dylan for 5, almost 6 years now, which is like literally the beginning of me even looking at stocks. The U.S. Treasury Department said today that electric vehicles leased by consumers starting January 1st can qualify for up to $7,500 in commercial clean vehicle tax credits, a decision that makes those assembled outside North America eligible. Cool. You could just say never, Dylan. It's okay. I still love you. Which more can happen today unless there's a massive volume push? Yeah, pretty much. This song playing right now, Delta? No way. Think or Swim by TD Ameritrade, Cameron O'Connor. Dope name. This song playing right now, Delta Trader, that's really the song that was in the background? Why are they using random lo-fi sounds? That's weird. And I'm also a little freaked out that you like picked up on that so quick. That's funny. VXX Low of Day. Alright, so we made the retest. Yeah, Putin walking, loft music of him walking to his office. Jesus. Yeah, I had no idea. That's really funny. A weird song selection, I'll be honest. What's today? Thursday? We still got one more day this week of streams. That's good. I like streaming. Nvidia high of day. Great call out money, Lisa. That's a really good username, by the way. Like the Mona Lisa, but money. I'll send you a link to this soundtrack. It's really nothing special. That's also why I was a little confused why this is in Putin's video. But here it is. I linked it in the YouTube chat. It's basically just a 4-hour whatever of like lo-fi hip-hop. The title is 3-hour live stream, lo-fi hip-hop, NCM, non-copyrighted music, relax, chill, study, which I really only choose this one over and over because there's a couple songs in it that are kind of bangers. Okay, let me try to find one. We didn't get to that badass Christmas song yet. I think it's up soon. Bear with me. Oh, I found it. Okay, we're really close to it. I knew it was like 3 hours, 7 or 8 minutes in. But the next song that pops up is like a big reason why we kept doing the same one. Here it is. It's a weird playlist, though. If y'all find another one that's like a few hours long. It really is non-copyrighted, all that great stuff. Please link me. Yeah, for real, we need some classical music. Find me a non-copyrighted classical music. Let's see if this retest is enough for buyers to get back in, or is this going to be a bearish retest? Let me see, Kai. Possible. Could definitely be a potential 3-bar play to the downside. Good eye. Good the meme someone sent in chat. Zero DTE. Some pretty good memes in here. Enter on FOMO, jail. Enter before confirmation, jail. Enter without a plan, right to jail. Enter in the first 10 minutes, believe it or not, jail. 80% entry didn't fill, let me in. Things that disappear when you need them the most. Your keys, your wallet, your phone, volume. Oh, this was pretty good. I put this on my Instagram story the other day. This was a really good one. It's like a Pokemon card, but with diamond hands. That was pretty good. Hey, trader, why do you always wear that mask? That's a really good one, too. Whoever Sinful is, this dude's really good at making memes. That was a famous picture. Everyone was using that for a while. Everyone deserves mercy. Slap the ass. Most people deserve mercy. Use as little capital as possible until consistently profitable. Gotta stay warm. That's pretty funny. Adding Zelensky as a dependent on my tax return this year seems fair. I think I got most of the memes. Oh, as I say it. Jesus, that one's good. Only those that show mercy deserve mercy. Facts. These are good. Y'all are probably too good at making memes. With this song that playing, Green Musk went into chat and he sent this. He's replying to the song that's playing right now. I mean, look at them jam, man. There's Dwight. Here's a cool question I've never asked. What is y'all's favorite show or favorite movie? What is something y'all really like, show or TV wise or movie wise? What is something y'all just love? What's your favorite of your favorites? And yes, looking at the Office meme made me think that. Money Heist, that's a good one. South Park. It's funny you say that. My friend was just watching that the other night. Wolf of Wall Street. Curse of Oak Island. I'll have to check that out. I've never even heard of that. BB morning streams. All right, guys, we got to kiss ass. Let's pin the kiss ass. Entourage, Anchorman with Will Ferrell. Ooh, that's a very good choice. Love watching golf tournaments and poker tournament. Mayonnaise. The Big Bang Theory. Ooh, man, The Big Bang Theory was so good when it came out, too. South Park for sure. South Park is pretty legendary. Sopranos. There you go. There's a good answer. Sopranos is definitely one of the best shows. Meta, I've never heard of that show. Do not watch TV anymore, but when I used to I liked old TV shows. Yeah, I don't really watch TV anymore. I'm more on like the movie or like the apps. I really don't even know anyone who does actually watch actual cable TV anymore. Billions TV show. Coco Melon. See, I got a few things I need to check up on. I was just curious to see something about y'all. What's y'all's favorite? If you asked me, I would have no idea what my favorites are. I have like a list of my top 10 movies that me and my friend were making. Oh, dude, MASH. I actually used to watch a very unhealthy amount of MASH when I was super young. I'd go stay at my grandparents' house when I was really young, and we watched that. MASH was definitely insane, and it was always funny because we stayed up so late, and that was the only reason we watched it, is because MASH came on at like 2 or 3 in the morning. It was so late. Ooh, Succession. That is a beautiful answer. Succession is a really good... I need to finish it. We're on the last season. But that show is insane. If you guys like watching private equity funds and like looking behind the backings of businesses and kind of like the financials part of it, Succession is a amazing show. It's super hilarious. Always Sunny in Philadelphia, very good one. High volume on a doji is essentially 50-50 because what you're waiting for next on a J is the next signal. But when you see that, that should kind of perk your ears up and say, hey, I need to pay attention, because if you start getting some more buyer signals, that'll add on to the confirmation of buyers, because what you're essentially seeing is price not able to decide who has control, but seeing that amount of volume means a lot of people are interested right here. So essentially you need to watch for what's next. So if we make a new high, this will add more power into that new high. If we make a new low under 382.30s, that adds another confirmation onto that low. So it's a good kind of 50-50 combination. A lot of people here call it a sandwich candle. Cheered up in the Denver airport after a particularly miserable flight by a sign advertising City Walk. It's fucking South Park. City Walk. People without goals watch regular TV. It's all propaganda. No, facts. TV is it's so boring. When MASH came on, you knew it was time for bed. It's a very good sign. Do you listen to Joe Rogan podcast? No, I do not. I do like Joe Rogan. I watch the UFC a lot. But no, I do not watch his podcast. I've seen clips of them. It's not like I've never seen it. Mama's Family? I have to check that out. Ooh, Earl, I literally just told my mom to start watching that show. I only saw the first season a long time ago when it first came out, and there was literally only one season. But Blacklist is a really good show. I have not finished past the first season, because at the time there wasn't other seasons. But man, that show was good. Breaking Bad never gets old. You guys would hate me, but I have not seen Breaking Bad, and my friends told me it's probably the one show I need to see because it's probably one of the best shows. So I do need to get around to watching Breaking Bad still. Maybe I'll start that. We got another long weekend ahead of us. Remember, we have no market next Monday. Blippi. No animes I see. Nobody chose anime. Hey, Jazz loves kicks. That's awesome. Yeah, my grandma would fall asleep, but me and my grandpa would stay up till really bad times, and we would just watch MASH. How do you focus on taking trades while talking? Well, right now I'm not taking trades because there's not a favorable position right now, so it's a great time to talk. Normally, though, I try to talk less, but I'm that kind of guy that talks too much. So when I get in a trade, I like to kind of speak my thought process out loud. So I'm one of those people that actually helps. So it doesn't really hurt me that much to talk while trading. Yeah, Better Call Saul. I have seen a couple of clips of it on YouTube on accident. I try not to spoil it because I know that that's one of those shows that I will definitely 100% watch. I need to watch Game of Thrones. I only watched the beginning, but I did love House of Dragon, and one of my friends is trying to push us into watching Game of Thrones, so we probably will watch it very soon. Nothing really going on. We'll look for some swings towards the end of the day. No problem, Dylan. And yeah, if you guys are bored, there's no need to sit around and stare at charts the entire day. You shouldn't be doing that to begin with. If you stare at charts all day, that's a red flag. Big fan of Yellowstone in 1883. Yeah, I did hear Yellowstone was really good. That older actor's pretty funny. Yeah, I need to watch Breaking Bad first, and then I'll get into Better Call Saul. You stare at charts all day? Yeah, that's not good. I mean, it's good if you're just reviewing and mentally looking at things, you know, not like pushing yourself to take trades or not take trades. But it can be, like you said, toxic. It can be very toxic because it'll make you start wanting to chase. It'll make you see things. You know, you shouldn't stare at charts a whole lot. And that's why after I stream, I go work out or I go do something. Therefore, I get myself away from the chart. And then when I come back and I update some stuff, I'm not completely lost in the sauce. Start getting a headache too. Sheriff Iskander, the best thing you can do, you said, how could I gain confidence? Sometimes I see good entry points but become hesitant to enter and I miss the play. Everybody in stream who's been paying attention to any of the lessons I've been giving across the past 4 or 5 months, what is something we can tell Sheriff to do? What is the answer I always give somebody when they want to gain confidence, they want to get better at entries, they want to get better at exiting plays? What is something we can help Sheriff with here with taking those trades? What is something they can do? What is a process they can do? Kai got it. And yeah, Spy's mooning right now. We're getting a good bounce. Lower volume, but still nice to see a good push on a bigger green candle for once. And check out those answers, Sheriff. Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Brain trade. That's a good way of saying it. Mental trade, though. Mental trade, always. You should be mentally trading every day. If you want to succeed in this market, you need to take time away from taking live trades. Mentally take some trades. Get really good at drawing the levels. Get really good at taking trades and entering and getting to the first target. Get really good at selling at the first target. Have a plan before you enter that mental trade. Where should I stop out if it goes against me? Where should my first target be? Where should this be? Where should this be? It'll all be there for you once you learn the levels. This is how you grow your confidence. This is how you grow a little bit of your knowledge. This is how you empower yourself without putting yourself at risk. Really good push out of supply just now. Possibly seeing the next leg up happen. Remember what I said. You don't want to just look for the break above. You want to look for it to continue holding this area. But decent candle to candle rising volume. Good new high of day. And they pushed out of the supply. So there is a very good chance we get a secondary leg up. which I guess you could say tertiary because you had 1, 2, possibly a third from pre-market. But very good signs for a potential bullish rally here. Next areas to look at are 384 area, 384.50, and then there's a lot of levels in between that, but the next main one is 386. But it's fair enough to say that you should aim for every whole psychological number. And no problem, Sharif. And thank you everybody for answering with me and for me. I just wanted to see who also was paying attention. I'm really glad to see a lot of you are, because it means we're all on the right track, which is good. Plus, as a team, as a community, all of us reminding ourselves of the same rules, the same types of entries, the same process. This is also helpful. It reinforces all of us to stay disciplined, which is good. So as a community, we can keep each other in check. Exactly, waiting for it to possibly turn supply to demand. Exactly, Shaw Rose, you're right on it. Hit my goals for the day, so I'm out, not going to give it back. I heard you drop a few nuggets today. I plan on reviewing the stream later. Thank you, Terry. Have a great rest of your day, man. I'm very happy to hear you hit your goals as well. Always a great feeling. And where does everyone come from? Are you guys coming from my Discord? Are y'all coming from YouTube? Are you coming from Twitter, Instagram? Where is everyone here coming from, audience-wise? Where did y'all find me at, or where did you come from to join these streams? Another cool question to ask. Oh, TMS, Trading Made Simple. Teach or Tyke Trade. I don't know if she's the owner, but what's her name from Tyke? She's really cool. Kai, I do remember you getting addicted to my videos because you were showing me like one video, and then like a week later you'd be like a completely another section of the channel, and you'd be like breaking it all. I'm like, damn, he doesn't just like the videos, he's like actually watching them too, like actually paying attention. Looks like a lot of y'all came from Discord, Twitter, YouTube, which is good. A few of you came from different owners of other groups that help out. Because yeah, I'm very thankful for all the different people who shout me out too. There's tons of different people who talk about the hell. Who talk about my system and the levels. Because what's really cool about my system is that it's applicable. You know, it's, I don't even know if I said that right. But you can use my system without interrupting whatever you're doing. So let's say you're a person who loves using MACD, RSI, a bunch of EMAs, or, you know, you like using indicators, or you like using a certain set of system, you know, whatever. My levels don't get in the way. If anything, they empower whatever system you like or whatever you like to use. So a lot of people love to use the system as like another thing to empower whatever they're already trading, which is good. Totally fine with that. One of the discords I'm in has your bot. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm still in a few discords with that bot. I used to charge them all for it when these were private streams, but since we went public, I didn't think it was right to keep charging them, so they all get it for free. But just more audience, I guess. Every single vid, I'm like, damn, he makes a good point. That makes sense. Appreciate you, Kai. Thank you for saying that, man. But now this is the only community I listen to. One thing you said that stuck with me is eliminate the noise. Don't listen to a bunch of other traders. Yeah, I mean, it's just, and it's great, you know, to know and be aware of other traders. I'm not saying, you know, screw everyone else. But it's annoying, though, because you aim at, like, listening to so many people, you almost forget what your own opinion is, or you kind of forget what you're looking for, you know, so it's just bad to have that extra noise. It'll affect your trading, it'll affect your psychological, it'll affect your mental, it'll make you freak out. And the same thing applies for everything, though, you know, not just listening to other traders, it's also about what are you charting, what are you going off of when you take trades, you know, are you going off 50 different things? And yeah, potential 3-bar play, great call up by Shaw Rose. What was my turning point in being consistent? Limiting myself, cutting out, like I just said, cutting out as much noise as I could, limiting myself to only doing certain things. That's why I say that over and over, limit yourself, you know, limit yourself to only certain types of entries, limit yourself to doing the same routine over and over and over again. You know, stop adjusting, stop changing what you're doing, because you're only adding more variables that are moving in your equation of success, which is just going to prolong the inevitability of succeeding. So it'll take a while to succeed if you're constantly changing what you're doing. If you consistently stick with one thing, then you're going to have a lot higher probability of getting there sooner. So I would say once I started limiting myself, once I started telling myself, hey, I don't need to continue doing 50 million things, I took all indicators off my chart. I just started doing just levels, which we talked about how we got to these levels a while back. But I would say limiting myself, cutting out the noise, being consistent with the routine. Holy crap, can I stop getting pop-ups? It's like someone hacked my computer. But just eliminating noise, limiting yourself, giving yourself a consistent routine. I would say these are all things that help. Regardless of being consistent or not, that will help you turn into a consistent trader, or at least someone with a consistent routine. Because it's not really about getting consistent or being profitable every single day, every single week. That's not going to happen. You're going to have days where you're red. But the thing is that even if you do take a red day or you do take a green day, it doesn't matter. Reset, have that routine restarted, you know, reset everything, clear your smaller time frame levels. I mean, it's the same thing over and over and over. So stay on one track. Stop switching around. Stop adding more variables into your routine. Honestly, Carlos, I saw you ask it earlier and I ignored it because I don't really know how to answer that. You said, how long did it take you to be consistent? I don't really want to answer that because there is no such thing as consistent. Like I just said, you are going to experience red days still. So is it really consistent if you're still taking red days? You know, you can't expect to win every day. So it takes years of time. In my case as well, it took years of time, and I'm still working on it. You know, it's not something that you just do once and you're like, all right, I'm consistent. I never have to worry about losing ever again. You know, it's going to take time.
You don't just get consistent and never have to worry about it again, and then you just keep winning for the rest of time. No, you're going to take some losses, and you're even going to hit some dips where you don't understand what's going on with the economy, or just the global economy, and just things take a hit like we saw these past few years. It just comes out of nowhere, it completely wipes out your initial investment bias. So it's not really fair to say, oh, it took me this long or this long, because technically you're always working on being consistent. It's not really something you just complete once and you're just done. If that makes sense. That's why I don't want to answer that question with how you're asking it, because it's not really, 2 years. That's such a stupid, vague answer. It's not. You're always working to be consistent. It's never over. Like Mike said, as long as it takes. I like how Kai said it too. Everyone is different, and that's true. Everyone is different. Some of us learn faster, some of us learn slower, some of us learn differently. Some of us need to take those hits and learn from those hits to grow. Some of us don't need those hits to grow. Everyone's different too. So, but the only reason another reason I don't like to answer that is it puts people on like an unrealistic goal of going, oh, well, I'll just work really hard for 2 years and I'll get consistent. No, you're different than me. I'm different than you. We're not the same, And if you join my streams, and the more streams you review of me, you'll never see me go, you'll never see me brag about gains. You'll never see me cry about losses, because there's no point in that. What happened. I need to move on. I need to reset mentally. I need to clear my charts, restart. And this is something a lot of people don't do. They'll sit there and they'll just muster in whatever happened. They'll be hyped up for 5 days straight because of their big win. They'll be really pissed off or really sad because of their big loss, and they never move on from that. And then that carries on over into your future trades. Super relatable. I've been trying to absorb all the info about the market I can. Trying to combine different techniques, following smart money, looking at a footprint, just makes it more complicated. It really does, just adding more variables into what you're looking at. It's just so annoying. And you're not stupid either for adding in those variables, like, oh, I should do this or I should do this. You're just curious, and it makes sense. You're curious. You want to do trial by error until you find something that feels concrete. And yeah, a slight 4-bar play, like you say, and kind of playing out, which not the perfect top. When you have a 4-bar play, you want the top to be even to the cent, which this is not, but essentially it is the same thing. Shaw Rose, you are correct on that. Look at the volume, though. Nothing crazy yet. So even though we have a nice continuation, we have a decent hold of that support. It's a very weak push so far, but like I said, this could be the start to the next leg up because of what we're holding. So even if volume is lowering, we're still in control of really good levels. Bulls are, I shouldn't say we. I'm not a bull nor a bear. This might have been your retest, Shaw Rose, when you were calling out the 3-bar, 4-bar. A very short-term retest because you didn't get that full pullback down to the level or to the bottom of the area. Very weak retest so far. And volume's just not there. Same, Daffy. I like calls here. It's kind of the mindset I'm in. I just don't like how everything is tired. So there's just no point in chasing. Plus, we already took a lot of really kick-ass trades this morning, so it's not like we need to take more. Another common misconception, too, is like, oh, I had such a good morning, I'm going to keep the hype up. It's like, no, you should calm down. If you had a great morning, you shouldn't continue putting yourself at risk. And if you do want to continue trading, put yourself at less risk. Don't put in the same amount of money. Don't put in the same amount of contracts. Lower that risk as you continue. Tesla lagging the markets again, another lower high while NASDAQ and SPY hit high of day on this 5-minute candle. A good mention username to again add on to that. Continued weakness on Tesla. Even though today is a very strong day, they have not really been following suit with what's going on. Made the high, a lower high. They cracked this new low right here on the support here. They definitely look like they want to go and test 121, maybe 120.30s. Apple's still toting up a little higher. What's Microsoft doing? Microsoft really is leading today. They might not be up the most, but I would say comms are a leading sector, and then you have Microsoft helping out as well in the tech sector, which is in turn helping out Apple. And then earlier you had Amazon do really good, which they're also making another high of day, which helped out Tesla earlier. They're not helping them out now, but overall we have seen XLK, which is tech, XLY, which is discretionary, and XLC, which is communication services. All three of these are working very hard today. You can see they're up the most out of everything on my sector watch list. They're up the most. So 3 of some of our heaviest sectors are carrying us higher. Strong versus weak retest, Jazz Loves Kicks, is essentially just showing how much it's done. So like right here on SPY. This is a short-term retest because you only have a couple candles sitting here, whereas a more mid-term or long-term or stronger retest, you could say, would come down all the way to that level or all the way down to the support, and then you would get that bounce and you'd see some basing. Whereas this just popped the level, held on top for a candle or two, and then started increasing more. So it's a bit of a weak retest is why I say that. But like I said, this can be the next leg up, and that's what we're getting now. And this is why it's always good to have an open mind. Therefore, you're not sitting here going, oh, this is definitely bearish. And then it rallies up again. You're like, what the heck? It's on low volume. It's nothing amazing. Like, it doesn't have to go down just because there's weak volume. It doesn't have to go down just because there's a weak retest. There is still that possibility they increase higher. It's just not as a favorable trade for you. But that was a really good hold of supply. They hit the supply, came down, held their retest point, popped above it, which is a good sign by bulls to take out supply, and now they sat on top of it for about 5-10 minutes, and now they're pushing up higher from it. So essentially you could say they're going up to 384 385 area, which the next level above that is like 386 something. Yeah, 386.20. Let's go to our bigger time frame chart and see what's there. We got 380. I was gonna say 385 should be there, and we have 388. And this is exactly why I always cover both bearish and bullish scenarios, because I almost promise you 90% or more of traders today thought, hey, we had good numbers come out, we're up so much in pre-market, it's been so bearish lately, you know, they're letting the past price action affect them, and they're sitting here saying, oh, there's no way we go up more. I almost promise you most people today thought we're not going up more, and if we do, it's not going to be long-lived, it's going to be very short-lived. All we have done today is go up. You had a couple short-term retests, a really good push, a better, more mid-term retest, a decently strong retest. They held that retest, and they've been moving from there, you know, so there is no bearish indication here for this reversal yet. We had a couple here when we hit this level initially, we hit it again, and then we made our reversal, but it was not through the retest point. So we just had one indication that failed, and since then we've had a hold of support, and we've been moving higher since then. Which one? This one? Shaw? I just want to make sure before I switch over. Holding on a runner right now for Microsoft, 60%. Beautiful job, Jack. Beautiful, beautiful. No problem, Jazz. You're the man. Thank you. When we broke 383.12, I confirmed and got in calls. Beautiful job. The one above it. This one right here. 386. Guilty of that mindset, and you're not crazy, David. You're not crazy. I want to let you know that. This one, though, Shaw, is this the one you're on or talking about? Okay, bet. So let's color code it, and then we'll go look. Color orange. Where is Bueller getting this level? It's an emerging candle from February 4th, 2021. What's up, LW? I do remember you. But that's where I'm getting it, though, Shaw. I'm getting it from an emerging candle from February 4th, 2021. Go back now. And since there's no level in between, and it might feel like it's a big distance since we've been up so much today, 385 is a pretty solid psychological level. Anytime you have a range that you don't want to put a 50% level in, just remember yourself. Just remember that the psychological levels or the whole numbers are very important levels as well. So like a stock that's at 99, what would be a really good level above and below? 100 and 97.50. You also have 98, 97 flat. Psychological whole numbers are a very real part of the game. Can't wait for the webinar January 2nd. I'll essentially just be covering everything I cover in here. I'll probably go a little bit deeper on sectors, but I'll be covering basically everything from my YouTube channel. I'll go over scalps, I'll go over swings, I'll go over day trading, how we get the levels, how to navigate the levels, the 3 types of entries I look for. What else? Sectors, what can you learn from them? How can you use them to help you not just trade certain tickers better, but to also see potential rotation in the market? Which actually lately has been pretty hard to do because everything's kind of moving in sync. Whenever we take these big catalytic hits from pieces of news, every sector drops. Whenever we get good pieces of news, every sector rises. So we're not really in a market right now where you can completely, catch the disparity between each one or the discrepancy between each one. But there is still amazing ways of using them to help you take trades. Then I'm sure I'll find more things to talk about too. And then I have a special guest coming on after me in that webinar where my friend Jeremy will pop up and he'll talk about swings. Which I haven't really been promoting the webinar in here because if you're in here, you really don't need it. Because essentially I do cover all of this just over different streams. But the webinar is good for people who want it all in one place. My dog's barking. Little pick-me-up song. Oh, and yeah, that's been the case since yesterday. By the way, whoever said that about the margin call. The breaking news is that the end of this week, which was yesterday, today, tomorrow, Elon is being margin called by Morgan Stanley and 9 other banks as Tesla crosses $100, which it hasn't crossed it yet, effectively liquidating his entire holding. But it's still kind of breaking news, so take it with a grain. They're not rumors, though. I do believe that's real. Craig, I think the only reason Apple's not really taking a hit from that news is because they kind of got in front of that. They said well beforehand that they weren't going to be making as many or selling as many. So I think that's why you're not seeing an as negative effect on Apple, is because they got in front. And I talked about this a couple months ago with Devin. He actually brought it up. But a lot of companies do this now since COVID. A lot of companies, before their earnings or before a lot of their bigger news comes out, they kind of heed some of the hit by initially or preemptively saying, hey, we're not expecting as good numbers, and then the stock will take a hit, and then you'll see it slowly rise back up. When that news comes out, it doesn't hit it as hard because it's already taken into account, if that makes sense. So I think that's why you're not seeing an as bad hit on the stock price, Craig, because Apple's already kind of preemptively gotten in front of that news. They've already said many, many times the productivity of their new iPhones are going to be a lot lower, and they're not going to be selling as many. They made that very clear, which sucks, but, I mean, they got in front of it. But I think that's why you're not seeing an as ugly hit. They're not getting an ugly hit at all, actually. They're up 3.5%, 3.25% today. But a lot of companies have been doing that lately, so pay attention to that too. If you like certain companies, you'll see them get in front of this stuff. Those stocks will take a dive, and then after a little bit of base building, you'll see them slowly rise back up, pricing and future things. But overall, they take that hit and then they build back up. Do I think it'll hold 130 though? That is a good question, because I don't have a level there. I think I have a level at like 128 or something. Great, I have so many Apple charts. They're still not under a good or still above a good level. They're still under really big resistance. So they really need to get above 132.50s to kind of get back in a better seating, I guess you could say. So they're still under resistance, and a lot of stocks are like this. We just have really a relief bounce on a lot of these moves. The impressive one that's really retaken something, though, is SPY. SPY has retaken a support they needed to hold, because if they held under this today, which my plan last night was we either watch for puts if we reject this area to the downside, or calls if we break this area, and that's why 380.50 was at the top of my list today, 380.50, to give me that insight. And you can see we're almost to the 385. The impressive thing, though, was this, us popping the supply of yesterday. If it'll let me draw it. There it is. This was impressive. Kind of stopping at it, holding the one retest that we had before it right here, which we highlighted on our smaller time frame chart. They held it, really good retest, and then they got a chance to get that next leg up, so that was nice. But that was probably the most impressive part, was how we handled that. I think a lot of people got trapped in that. SPY 383.11 equals the golden pocket retracement if it rolls over. Good call out, which pretty much lines up with that level we have, so that's good. Because I already kind of see this as like a needed retest. You know, this can't just keep pumping forever. If it does slow down, it's going to most likely need to retest where it jumped from, which would be from here at 383.12-ish. Like you said, 383.11. So I'm glad that lines up. Tesla dropping after a bit of a squeeze. Yeah, like I said, they made a lower high. Even with Amazon making a new high of day, Tesla was just doing this while Amazon was pumping higher. So I'm not surprised to see that reversing back down. They had some continued weakness. Apple hit 130.50s, slowing down a little. So it looks like a lot of these stocks are needing to check out for their retest below. Whatever they jump from, they want to most likely retest. Try to go down and hold it. If not, then we'll get a larger pullback, and if neither of those happen, we're going to get a lot of range trading, where they go down to where they jumped from, and they don't ever cross their high or that low again, and they just kind of sit in between there for the rest of the day, which is very normal. It's not anything irregular. How's Boeing doing with all these new pushes? Still under today's open. That'll be a good one to swing if you didn't get to play that yesterday. Gonna have some dinner, take a bit of a break. Thanks for the stream. See you later, Kai. Thanks for tuning in, engaging, and adding a ton of information. I appreciate your updates and all that stuff. Oh yeah, hourly close. My bad, Mike. I just saw what you said. Really good push on that hourly candle. Pretty good volume on this one. And now we're watching that one. Let's see the 30 minute. I bet the 30 minutes cleaner. Oof. Clean 3-bar play. That's what you want. You want even tops. And you want this candle, the reset candle is what I call it. You want that to hold 50% of the previous candle. So that was a confirmed 3-bar play as it pushed through that high. Very clean. Which, for more information on this, let me go find it. What the hell is this song? I don't remember this. Hold on, I'm still trying to find this. Just got your Tesla alert dropping. Good call out. Where did I save this document? Maybe it's in this channel. Oh, I remember this song now. As soon as I heard that. Alright, I can't find it. I'll look for it later. You are in the club. The Fed speakers are the strippers. It's weird because the name of this playlist is Lo-Fi Hip Hop. Relax, chill, study. That was not relax or chill at all. Or lo-fi. Let's find another playlist. What's this one? That one's putting me to sleep. See you later, Daffy. Have a great rest of your day, man. Thank you for tuning in, interacting, and dropping your own updates. Appreciate you. On the daily SPYs retaken at 383.30 is interesting. Investors like to see that hold and push with fall through, possible market bottom and less headwind, possible re-entry spots. 100%. Seeing us retake this area just in general calls for possible upside. I think the next big play to watch out for is going to be this move. The gap fill, which we've already partially filled it. But I think the gap fill is going to be the next thing to look out for, which, if you want to mark it, that would be between, let me color code them because I can't tell the difference. Let's do yellow. Edit, price level, yellow. So yeah, above 386 into the 389s. It's probably the next bigger play to look out for going into tomorrow or over the next couple days. Going into next week, which, remember guys, we are propping us up above support right before a long weekend. We do not have market on Monday. So we'll have another 3-day weekend. Tesla's still pulling back. Very impressive push by Microsoft and Amazon before this recent slowdown. Those were very nice. That might have been the last pump we see today, though. We have a potential high to lower high with a nice, not hammer, but it's pretty close to one with decent volume over the previous candle. So this might be the lower high before the pullback. High, lower high, decent volume on this candle, nice wick on top. Essentially telling us they want to at least pull back to whatever we just came from. So you're most likely going to see them touch the top of this blue, or you're going to see them touch 383.12 again. Most likely. Again, I'm not saying it is going to happen, just most likely with what we have in front of us. So do you do new levels on SPY every morning? I mean, I don't delete the bigger time frame levels. Like all the levels I have from the bigger time frame, I'll leave them there. The only levels I'll delete are the smaller ones that I added today, this morning. So I'll delete this one, I'll delete this one, I'll delete this, I'll delete this, I'll delete that one right there on yesterday's open. I'll delete this level. And then the next day, I'll just add whatever today's high is, the meat of it. I'll add today's open, the meat of it, lows, opens, all that great stuff. And then the next day's pre-market high and low. That's the only thing I clean up going into the next day. All the bigger time frame levels can stay. But if you really want to have a really good practice, Shaw, and anybody else who's listening, practice those levels as much as you can. So if it helps you deleting them all and redoing them every day or every few days, do it. It's a really good source of practice. I used to do this every single day until I finally started getting into the habit of finally just leaving them there and deleting the smaller time frame levels. Because I'm actually super confident in the levels now, so I don't have to worry about deleting them and redoing them every day. But if you are someone who's new or trying to practice more, it's very helpful to delete the entire chart, go back through the TA routine, and review the price action. You know, don't just look at today, don't just look at yesterday. Go back across the past few days, past few weeks, and really review the price action and how they reacted to the levels. What can you pick up from it? And I try to say it every night on Discord too, you know, make sure you guys clean up your charts, clean up your levels, just so everybody remembers, like, hey, I need to delete those smaller time frame levels. So your levels look more cleaner, less levels. My levels are filled with levels, and don't get me wrong, they work, but I like yours better. Are these from weekly or daily? All from the daily. If I'm on the smaller time frame, they're from the daily time frame. If I'm on a bigger time frame, like if I go to the daily, that's not really going to help me because there's too many levels, right? So I switch it. I go out to my levels that I grab from the monthly, and this helps me get a better trade plan from bigger down to the smaller time frame. And that's why you sometimes get different levels, but essentially you're still looking at the same areas. You can see how yesterday's open still lined up. See how this zone helped us out. So daily time frame used for the smaller time frames. The weekly or the monthly, you use those to look at the daily time frame. We're still holding the 9 on the 5 minute. Great call out by Ripcord. Here, I'll turn it on. There you go. And see how you can use the indicator as a kind of combination. Earlier, when we had that pullback, I bet you a lot of people got trapped buying under the 9 EMA because they weren't paying attention to the recent support that we had. We broke above, held it, moved higher, held a higher low, kept projecting the same resistance, brought us all the way back down. But we didn't break anything. Broke the 9, and we even had decent rising volume candle over candle, but we didn't break the important level, that little retest support. And since pretty much every candle has been above the 9, except for that one scenario that it didn't. And then, of course, where we opened was lower, but then it pushed above. Yeah, Shaw Rose, and it took me a while to get to that point. I've had these levels for years, but it took me probably until the middle of last year or beginning of last year when I started finally breaking it apart and having levels for the daily and then having levels for the smaller time frames. So it took me a little time to kind of get used to that. But as you do it more, of course, you grow more comfortable with it. You get a little bit more confident in what you're looking at. One second, I'm gonna go grab something real quick.
Thanks for putting that into perspective about the 9 EMA. No problem. If you're young or you're new into trading or you're new with the levels, the 9 EMA is probably the only indicator you'll ever hear me recommend. Another cool one, and I don't want to fluster y'all. You know, we'll cover it a different day. I don't even want to put that on y'all's plate yet. I want to keep things simple. Start adding too much noise onto your chart or adding too much info, it's going to start confusing some people, and then they're not going to be able to listen. If you have access into the Discord, you only need basic membership to access this. But if you have access, you need to go to this channel right here, Trading Strategies. Go to that channel, review every bit of it. You'll love the information that's in there. Great call out, another Microsoft high of day. That's a really good sign. Yeah, Bob, and I was meaning to say that too. A lot of popular EMAs are the 9 and the 21, or the 8 and the 22, or the 9 and the 22, or the 9 and whatever. These are all very popular EMA combinations. 9, 21, 50, 55, 100, 200. Very, very popular. KK, I use the TA routine. Have you ever heard of the TA routine, KK? KK sound? I talk about it all the time. Every level I have is basically from that. But check out and I'll just show you on the screen so you can see it, so I can 100% know that you're getting this. Go to the videos. This video right here, the third most recent video. But watch this video. It'll give you everything you need. I made this video particularly for that kind of question because I wanted to give a one-stop shop type video that shows you how I get my levels, what they are, how to navigate those levels, how to trade them, the 3 types of entries we use against those levels or with those levels, and then the staircase method, which helps you grow. But I would 100% check out that video. But yes, every level you see from here is basically from the bigger time frame, except some of the smaller time frame levels, which we only use previous day high, open, close, low, pre-market high, pre-market low. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, even just having one indicator on my screen already gets on my nerves. This is crazy. That's how long I haven't had an indicator on my screen. Even though it's not even really that bad of an indicator. And glad to have you in premium, KK. Hope you like the group. Hope you like what's going on. Be sure to check out the different channels you have, as well as the pinned messages. Each channel has most channels have a pinned message, or pinned messages that you can go through. Take your time though. There's a lot of channels in the Discord, but if you go through it all over time, you'll definitely enjoy it. Nice, and you have the course. Well, it's in there as well, so you'll definitely enjoy it. It kind of covers a lot of the shorter stuff, but everything's in that video as well as the course. So if you have all of that, you have everything you could ever need. And that's my whole point of having this community. You don't need a membership to learn all of this stuff, but if you do want to learn more, get even more explanations, more in-depth responses, all that stuff, then you can sign up. And that's what I like about this community. It's not free or just paid, it's both. So you can really kind of pick and choose what you want. And I've been very clear with that. Most of my paid information is free. Just got to look around on the YouTube, some of my information in the Discord. But again, glad to have you in the community. Hope you enjoy. Where/how did you learn the intricacies of charting? I don't even know if I said that word right. I don't really know how to answer that question. What do you mean, like, who did I learn it from, or what, or where? When I first started out, there weren't really that many trading groups. I'm throwing up fat air quotations. There weren't really a whole lot of trading groups around. But charting was a pretty popular thing when I got into even just looking at compound interest and dividends. Just kind of looking at a chart, looking at it. But it took me years to get to where I am now.
Pretty funny, Shaw. Yeah, actually, it's the opposite. Keanu learned from me. A lot of the guys too, and you'll never see me like hold that over anyone like, oh, everyone learned from me. There are a lot of big esteemed leaders of groups and a lot of big people around now that have learned everything from me, but you're never going to see me hold that over anyone's head because I just don't see the point. Really just practice, Bob. I am pretty quick now. I have gotten that a lot lately. People are like, how do you chart so fast? It's really just practice. A lot of practice. But it's really just been a time process, you know, just seeing what works, what doesn't, reviewing from bigger down to the smaller time frame. One of my oldest channels in chat is called Pattern Trading, and it actually kind of breaks that down a little bit. I'll show you. It's probably one of my favorite channels, and it's one of the oldest channels. It's crazy. I think, let's see what these posts are from. These posts here are the most recent, and they're from 6/27/2021, so well over a year ago. But it talks about a control point. I break down a pattern. Going from, you know, how do you draw just those bigger time frame levels, and then you go down to the smaller time frame, and it kind of shows you how you could trade everything, you know, using as many levels as possible or using as less levels as possible, you know, the least amount. But it's so trippy, you know, just kind of like charting and then going from the bigger time frame down to the smaller time frame, and you see one of those important levels break or hold or used to be used as like a directional move, and then it kind of just blows your mind. You're like, holy crap, like that actually worked. And then it kind of like makes you want to focus or hone in on what works, what doesn't, and then you try to limit yourself to what does work. But for the most part, these levels are some of the most accurate levels I've ever seen anyone draw. And I'm not saying that to like hype myself up, but it's really kind of the first step in any process of trading anything. You know, what should I trade from? Where can I get good positioning? That's in the Discord. It's called the Pattern Trading channel, or not it's just Pattern Trading. But it's in the Discord. I think you have to be a basic member to see that channel. How did Keanu find you? You're a respected low-key teacher, dog. I'm not sure. I think he found me on Instagram, or it had to have been Instagram or YouTube. But Keanu's been around me for 2-3 years now. There was a lot of people who found me from Atlas Trading back in the day, which I know they're kind of hush-hush now because of all the drama happening. But there was a few people who brought my name up in that group, and then a bunch of people from there that were trying to start their own groups ended up finding me and learning from what I do. And this sounds shitty, but a lot of them took what I do and kind of ran with it. Started telling people they invented it, they invented that. You know, 40%. It's crazy. You'll hear them say 40%, 80% entries, which is funny because that's my original like term for them. Open range breakout 40%. But a lot of people found me from different sources. A lot of people took my ideas, ran with them, charged people for them, which I can't control. I'm also not going to sit here and complain about it. I'm just happy to be able to be influential with what I cover, because what I cover is very passive. What I cover is very systematic, conditional. You know, you're not sitting here drawing one thing and then I go draw it and we have two different levels. No, if you're drawing it exactly how I'm drawing it, we should have the exact same levels to the cent. You know, and that's something not a lot of systems can do. But it took time. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I'm an overnight success. No, I'm not. It took a lot of time. I'm still working on it, you know, and so are you, everybody. You're never done working on whatever you're trading with. But yeah, I guess you could say I am low-key, but I like it that way. I don't want to be the guy that blows up and has 10,000 people watching me. I like having this small group of 100 to 300 people in streams every day. I like having this kind of like closer knit group. It makes it feel a lot more like we know each other. Like we're actually like, I can remember a lot of you guys with where y'all been. I can remember a lot of the things y'all said to me, because this is a decent amount of people. It's not a crazy amount. You know, I don't really want that. Name came up in a blog, best or most active on Twitter. I'm definitely not most active, so it must be the other one. Less spam. Yeah, that too, less spam. And I can feel the maturity of rising in here. And I say that every day, but I'm not joking. Like, in the beginning, I'd say, you know, everybody was just kind of basing out, trying to get their footing. And I'd say as we've done more streams now, a lot of you guys talk differently. A lot of you guys post differently. A lot of you guys look at things differently in a more mature fashion, not in a fashion of like, oh, I want to get rich, or oh, this is that, this is greed, this is emotions. Like, everybody's in here really focused on themselves, but also with helping others out, which is great, because by helping others out, you're reiterating things that you're trying to remember, which is great, because that's the best form of memorization. I came from that group, never going back. I realized when coming here who really cared and who didn't. What group? You talking about Alpha or Atlas, whatever the hell their name was? There are always problems needed to be solved, exactly. And we're never done. That's the thing. Like, people always think, like, I'm going to get successful and then I'm never going to have to worry about things ever again. Like, no. You're going to get consistent at one point, and then you're going to realize, oh, wow, I'm not done. I need to continue maintaining. And that's why I always say maintaining is the hardest part, you know. Getting into trading, that's not the hardest thing. Getting a routine, that's not the hardest thing. Maintaining, once you get to that point of being confident, feeling like you're at least a little bit empowered by your knowledge, that's great. But you have to maintain. You know, knowing when to risk, knowing when to not risk, knowing when to chill out on the sidelines, you know, knowing when you need to emotionally step back and just say, hey, I need to kind of reset. It's not easy. It doesn't take a smart person to be good at trading. It doesn't take a genius. It takes a disciplined person to be good at trading. You'll probably hear me say that a million times. Like when you say that. It is. It's kind of helpful for me too, just repeating it. Because it reminds yourself, like, it's not about being smart. It's not about having a high IQ. It's not about being anything. You have the rules in front of you. Stick to them. And that's really easy to say out loud. It's very hard, almost impossible, to stick to it continuously. You know, to remind yourself, this is what I need to limit myself to. I need to stay disciplined. You kind of have to be your own disciplinary. Like, if you join the army, there's always going to be a sergeant or somebody above you that kind of keeps you in line. It's like joining the army in the stock market, but there is no person above you keeping you in line. Oh, nice, Steven. Very glad to hear. Really love the group format. Trading alone sucks. It does. And that's kind of my original reason on why I invented Bueller Buys as a Discord community, because when I started out, I didn't have all these resources you guys have. You know, I didn't have someone streaming. I didn't have somebody helping out, kind of keeping everyone together in a passive manner, you know, not trying to just gain a buck off subscriptions. I was only in one Discord group as a member. Then I was turned into a mod because I was very active. And I realized, like, man, this sucks. You know, like, being in a group is one thing, but being in a group that cares about you is another. Because you can join a group and you're like, yeah, I'm in a community, but it doesn't feel like you're part of that community. But when I first started out, I was all alone. I didn't have anybody to work with. You know, even though I was a mod in that group, I didn't get to, like, be friends with many people. You know, everybody was just kind of worried about themselves. It didn't really feel like anybody gave a shit about what I was doing or that I gave a shit about what they were doing. You know, it was just like, it was like everybody was in a group, but we were still trading by ourselves. It was wild. The Wild West. Possibly losing the 9 EMA here. But that's kind of what gave me my initial passion to want to start this group. Because, I mean, it just sucks trading alone. It sucks not having resources or at least a sense of direction. You know, when you come into my group, you're never going to hear us say, this is the only way to succeed. This is the only way to grow. If you don't follow us, you suck. You know, you're going to lose a lot. You're never going to hear anybody say that. You know, this is just one way you can take things. Of course, if you find your own way, awesome. More power to you. But making BB, the Discord group, that really was my main reason, was it sucks trading alone. I mean, that line alone is everything. And scams, too. There's just too many people that are trying to scam so much. Oh, you're fine, Steven. Man, I hope you feel better, man. That sucks. Sorry to hear that you're sick. I hope you don't feel fatigued. I hate that feeling when you're sick. Anna J, we were talking about my group. Unless somebody said something else, I'm not sure. The system gives you the opportunity to grow and advance if you're willing to work, train, and educate yourself. Increase your financial education. Also, the market teaches you a lot about life. It really does. Very, very low volume on these last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles. Like I said, we already have our high. We have a lower high, a continued rejection of that lower high, and now we're getting more candles selling off. So, like I said, most likely going to test this here or this main support here at 383, which I would say this is the more optimal level to go test, but you have to understand this is the top of the old supply in which we held on short term. So if we hold here, it really wouldn't be that surprising. So I didn't enter because a volume break above the past 3 red bars. Wait, what? I didn't enter because of a volume break above the past 3 red bars. I mean, the only entry I see here, Shaw, is trying to short the top, essentially. But after seeing the lower high and a continued rejection, yeah, you could grab puts here and say, I'll leave my stop loss at high of day, and I'll take profits at whatever we're going to test. And that would be a good retest entry, because you're up against your high of day, you failed to break it again, you failed to break it again, and that could give you a decent trade on the way down. The Discord I was in before doesn't exist anymore. It was called Technical Traders, but it doesn't exist anymore. The owner ended up being a scammer. I ended up peeling off of that group. A lot of people followed me from that group. By a lot, I mean like 40 people. Not really a lot. And then since then, we've just been growing since then from that small group. It was funny, too. Here's a funny story that I honestly kind of forgot about till now. But one of my friends from that group that broke off with me, his name was Carl with a K. And I remember before the group ended, he found out I was a free mod. I wasn't being paid to basically run their damn group. I was running everything. But he started this like side group of like a group chat of people who hated that group but loved being in it because I was active in it. It was the most heartfelt thing I've ever read. But he was like, dude, we hate this group. We're only still in it because of you. And then it hit me. I was like, well, why the hell are we still in here? Let's just go make my own group and whatever. And then we did. But it was really cool he did that. It was like a little rebellion. But it was pretty fucked up too because, and sorry for the language, later on we figured out that owner ended up scamming people, and I had like 3 or 4 people from his like later group join me, and 3 of them essentially told me that he took thousands from them, that he took like $2,000-$3,000 from each of them. And I was just like, what the hell? So I gave all of them a free membership. I was like, yo man, just focus in here. And I don't even know if those people are active anymore. They probably lost motivation. I don't blame them. But that was just like, that was so shitty. But yeah, a little rebellion broke out, and then we ended up doing my little group. After I saw that, I was like, dude, you can't trust anybody. Because I thought that was someone that I looked up to. It wasn't even a big trader or anything. He never revealed who he was. He showed me who he was, not to the group. But he just looked like some guy who wasn't from this country. He barely knew English, which I'm not hating on immigrants or anybody who doesn't know English, but he basically didn't know English that well and would scam people, and all he would do is share screenshots of different stock websites. And that's when I started basically running his group for him, because he sucked. But yeah, that sucked. It really kind of stabbed me in the heart, because that shit sucked. I always thought, like, damn, I have like a dude over me who's a real trader, and then I figured out he's not a real trader, and it's like, what the fuck, dude? And that alone fueled me to make Bueller buys. My alias was already Bueller. I couldn't think of a good name, so Bueller buys is what we went with. BB group for short. But yeah, there's some cool stories from my past. Y'all probably don't hear that as much. I try to stay out of that shit because there's just no point in reflecting on that stuff. I'm more of a forward-thinking person. Take the hits, move on. It's like football. And that's why I appreciate you guys so much, because I've had so much content taken from me. So many people try to destroy what I've been trying to build. From bigger content creators to smaller people who you've never heard of. All kinds of people have tried to hurt my community, try to take away from it, try to take members, try to take content, try to copycat. And I really don't care if they end up doing any of that, you know, because I know that the people who stick by me are the ones that are going to be here for the long haul. So, and you guys would be surprised by some of the names that have tried to tamper with my group. I'm not going to name any names because I'm not going to stoop down to their level, but it's crazy. It's crazy the trading community world has in store. It's wild. But that's why I appreciate you guys so much. I love how much you guys come in here, engage, interact, drop information that you want to talk about. You want to repeat stuff that I talk about. That's awesome. You know, this is an open forum. It's for us to all kind of engage, interact, talk to each other about different things. But yeah, pretty wild. And I still don't see myself as a consistent trader. I see myself as someone who's just still learning. You know, I'm only a few years into this. There's no point in getting ahead of myself and saying, I'm a pro, I'm this, I'm that, listen to me. Fuck that. I don't know what I'm talking about. Neither do you. Let's just keep growing. Facts, Drew. And it's something we all have to get better at, is repeating these rules to ourselves, repeating what we need to stick to. Think of it as an experience that has placed you here, helping so many, paying it forward. Damn, I almost kind of cried there for a second. Enjoying the content a lot. I'm new. Tesla is going. Tesla and Apple going, Mel. Let's check those out. My bad. Yeah, Tesla really getting that pullback. How's Apple doing? Yeesh. Let's go see Microsoft, because Apple and Microsoft are sisters, basically. So watch Microsoft. Microsoft might be a good short here if you see Apple and Tesla breaking the way they are. If you continue to see Microsoft like this, this might be a good short down to 239.86, 239.60, this general area. Kind of near that previous day high. Sitting on top of supply, though. That's the only thing that kind of stops me from going, oh, balls deep in shorts, everybody. But I do like the potential for a short-term drop here on a lot of these different tickers. Wasn't planned, but I closed my Microsoft call at the high of day. Beautiful job, Jack. Glad to hear you got out of that. Took a one-time loss following a whale trader. I learned a ton more here with a few streams. Salute. Thank you, AK Speaks. That really does mean a lot to me. Thank you. Also, if somebody tells you they're a whale trader, they're probably full of shit and don't even know what whale trader means. I've never actually seen someone say they're a whale trader and then actually understand what it means. Most people, if I confront them, they have no idea what they're talking about. And you can pick it up instantly just by asking them a couple basic questions. Hey, how do you trade? I just look at flows, wait for the bid-ask to get hit, and then I get into some calls when I see flows stepping in. That's just a bunch of malarkey. It's a bunch of bullshit. Flows. It's the most vague way of saying I don't know how I'm trading, I just follow volume. So anytime you hear that, just red flag. But that's pretty funny though, AK. Let's go, Mel. Round of applause for Mel, everybody. My boy's up 40% on Tesla. And see, people like Mel, you know, this community can be their home forever. You know, Mel can be here, be who he wants, be comfortable, talk as much as he wants, talk as little as he wants, discuss his trades. And he doesn't have to worry about anybody judging him or criticizing anything he's doing. I might add my own constructive criticism. But lately I haven't really seen the need to do that for Mel. Good stuff though, Mel. And Mel, where are you from? I think I remember you telling me you're not from America. So I was just curious, where are you from? I think I remember you saying like Israel or something. I know you have the Sphinx in your profile pic. So Egypt? Haha, I'm there like Hillman. Toronto, that's right. My bad. Toronto. All caps, I like that. Toronto and you're Egyptian. Man, you're really everything, aren't you? That's awesome, dude. I'm glad to have you in here. All the way from Egypt and Toronto. I've had a few supporters from Canada. I wouldn't say I have as many from Egypt. I've had a few from the Middle East. We have a few from Ukraine. We had a few from near Turkey. A couple from Australia. A couple from Canada. Most of everybody's from America. But we do have our fair share of people that aren't from America. So that's pretty cool. And that was really cool too. I remember when COVID was happening, I had my friend... I can't think of anybody's name. I have his face in my head and I can't think of his name. Whatever though. I had a friend though who was in Australia. We had a friend in the Middle East. We had a friend in India. We had people in Canada. We had people in the United States. And I remember when COVID hit, I started getting like, it was really cool because a lot of people were like, yo, COVID's really shit here. Like, it's destroying everything. Like, people are having to lock up this and stuff, and that's how it was in Australia. And then it started to hit America and Europe and then everybody else, and it was crazy. Mythin, there you go. God, I could not think of Mythin's name, dude. Thank you for saying that. I kept thinking Mel when I was thinking M. I knew it was an M. I don't know why I could not remember Mythin's name. But that was so cool, though. Hearing, like, the different, you know, hits to different countries all at the same time. Like, it was like we were getting real updates on the COVID stuff. So that was pretty cool. Quick shout out to all you guys. I don't post it as much in Discord, but I appreciate y'all's trade reviews, and they've been helping a lot. Awesome, Pike. I'm really glad you're taking time to go review that. I know too many people that are kind of just skipping over that, and they're not really paying attention. So I'm really happy to hear that you're taking time to go through those, because yesterday was crazy, dude. There was like 30 plus trade reviews posted yesterday. I'm probably still lowballing that. Yeah, Jack, you're not alone. There are more Canadians. You said, what's stopping SPY if every blue chip is going down? Well, let's look. So we have SPY. It's getting a little bit of a dip. Nothing crazy. Tech has taken a little bit of a hit. So you could say SPY is lagging a little bit behind tech, but not by much. Small caps are holding up. So that's one thing that's holding up. AMD's not really that heavy. Apple, it's been dropping. So that's one top king of the market. A semi stock, not dropping much. Come on. Amazon's kind of in the same place as SPY. Netflix doesn't really matter. Meta doesn't matter as much. The XLC sector is holding up in general. So if you look at Netflix, Meta, Google, they're all holding up pretty well. But let's look at what's the weakest sector here. Or strongest, I should say. So here's tech. Which this is why I look at XLK, not QQQ, because I do believe this is way more accurate, since this actually is what makes up SPY, tech sector-wise. Whereas Qs, there's going to be stocks in there that aren't in SPY. So that's why I don't look at Qs as much as I look at XLK. But overall, XLK isn't really pulling back that much. That's the heaviest sector. Here's the second heaviest sector, healthcare. They're actually holding up fairly well. Discretionary is pulling back. That's your Amazon, Tesla sector. So you could say Amazon and Tesla are the ones kind of pulling us down a little bit. Comms starting to slow down a little bit after being probably one of the strongest sectors of today. Financials are still holding up fairly well. Industrials are up. Staples are just flat, kind of holding up. Real estate was up. They're just now slowing down, pulling back. Base materials is up. Utilities is up. So I would actually say a majority of the sectors are still holding up fairly well. So you do, like you said, blue chips. You have a couple tech tickers pulling back down, but it wasn't really every sector. So that's why you're not seeing the as quick reaction like you're seeing on Tesla or Apple on SPY. You got to remember too, and a really cool tab you can click on is Analyze, and you can actually see everything I just covered. Don't pay attention to the uncategories. This is the sector of SPY that no one pays attention to, but it's 12th sector. But there's 11 sectors of SPY. Tech, you can see all the weights that are in there. So make sure to watch a couple of the top weights of tech, a couple of the top weights from healthcare, a couple of the top weights from financials, which normally it's tech, healthcare, discretionary, comms, then financials. Since we've had so much correction lately, now it's tech, healthcare, those are still 1 and 2. Now it's financials and then discretionary, and industrials and staples are above comms, which is crazy because normally this is like the 3rd, 4th, or 5th heaviest sector. Now it's considered to be the 3rd, 6th, 7th, which is wild. So we've actually had a lot of change in a lot of the weights too. But yeah, really cool tab. Checking out Analyze. Kind of go through the different sectors, the different weighting of everything, how many shares are bought, all that good stuff. This is what makes up SPY. This is every component, every weighting, everything that can move SPY. And yeah, great question. Thank you for saying that, Jazz. That was a great question, whoever said that. Craig, great question. And it's something I should be going over more. Lately, I haven't been doing it as much. Like I said, they have a chance of testing the 383 or the top of the supply. They've now held top of supply, and they're trying to get back above that 9 EMA. And we'll see if they can break this little trend we have going here. There's a little bit of a kind of a bull flag kind of trend where you got that pull, you got the kind of cascading movement, giving them a chance for the second pull. Name popping up bold in chat? What do you mean? On Discord or here on YouTube? Here on YouTube, your messages are normal for me. Here, I'll show you what I see. It's all the same for me. Oh, look, you guys are in the stream now. What's super chat? I don't even know what super chat is, Craig. Let me know what that is. Is that like the monetization tools on YouTube? Is that one of those? I'm pretty sure that's what that is. It's where you can like donate and you get to drop your message on top of the stream. Oh, y'all are asking about when someone tags you. Well, when someone tags you, your name highlights. That's just how it is. That's how it is on Discord and YouTube. When you tag someone, it pings it differently. Your name will highlight. You at someone and then it pops up like that. It should most of the time. But that's just how it is. How do you tag? Like you just did with me. You're like, I'll show you. At, and let's say I want to talk to Jack. Talk to Jack. I at Jack. And then you tag it. Click it. And then you send. Let's say you wanted to tag Craig. I type Craig. Pop him up. Find him. Click it. And then when you send it, it'll have a bold message. I wouldn't get too caught up on that though, guys. Yeah, I don't know if I'll set that up though, Craig. I don't know if I want people donating. Because knowing a lot of you guys, y'all will donate. I don't want y'all spending y'all's money on donations or to get a message across. I try my best to read almost every message in the YouTube chat already, so I wouldn't get too worked up on that. If you tag me, I'll see it a lot easier too, but I do try to read every single message that goes through the YouTube chat, and that's kind of why I like it at this group of people, because I can continue to engage with you guys without there being too many messages. I would say we're at probably the perfect amount of messages. What's up, JN? He said, just wanted to add, you're a real one, Josh, the OG. I really feel comfortable here at BB. All these other groups and traders are all about the money, and they try and say they want to help everyone. I appreciate that. I am honored to hear that, JN. Whoever you are, I appreciate you. However long you've been in the group, thank you. And I'm glad to hear you're comfortable. That's the environment I want to set. The guinea pig. You guys are funny. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Beyond Meat is moving higher off news from earlier today that McDonald's announced that the rollout of the double McPlant across the UK and Ireland. Which, if I remember correctly, there was a study done where people from the UK would probably eat more of this than people from the US, which is crazy because there's not as many people or land there. So we'll see if that works out for them. I've been saying for a while I'll short Beyond again if they get back up to 20, and that was like way back here. They have yet to base build and get to 20 again. So I'm waiting for that one because I would love to short them again. I wonder if McDonald's is up or down on that, though. Okay, I was going to assume down, but they're actually up. Nice. I've been here nearly a month and I love the education and vibe. Very glad to hear that, SF. Just glad to hear everything I'm focusing on is working. Are you into doing interviews with journalists? I've never done one, so I don't know if I'm into it or not. I guess it depends what kind of journalist. Because when you say journalist, I think of like people who ask stupid questions. But I guess I'm not against it. Just depends who it is, I guess. Found you not long ago, but will be here for as long as you are helping your fellow traders. You're the man. Thank you, Jay, and I'm glad to have you. And yeah, I plan to do these streams all through 2023 as well. Take it a year at a time. Spy, let's go. Mel's getting hyped. Let's go back to Spy. Been following you intermittently, and you provide good and honest value. Very glad you found us at the Fed. I think I saw you join chat the other day, and I was like, oh shit, it's the Fed. Or maybe that was someone else, but either way, that was pretty funny. I've been on for a month or more. Don't like you. I appreciate that, Mel. Mel doesn't like me because he signed up in the wrong chat. I had a double quarter pounder an hour ago. Geez, what time is it where you are? That's a dangerous move. Double quarter pounder before the noon. Different Fed. Oh god, there's more. There's more than one Fed. Shit. Mel, I'm just poking at you. 30-minute wicking off of nice level. Let's see if it has anything in it. And now, shout out to my boy Mike T. Mike with the blue name in here. Mike always stopping by when he can. Appreciate your added value. 30-minute definitely looking like a retest candle. Like I said, there's a chance we've seen high of day. Oh, okay. So it's not too early. I thought you were like, dude, it's like 10:30 over here, and I just downed a quarter pounder. I was like, whoa. You're scaring me there for a second. You got served, yo. But now it makes sense. Lunchtime. All right, guys. Well, I've been streaming for a little over 4 hours. Market's been open for, what, 3.5 hours? Yeah, 3.5 hours. Quick maths. So I'm going to let y'all go now. I want to cover SPY one more time. So today was a relatively, not easy day, but decent day. The levels worked out very well. But the main watch today was the, and I'll show you here, was the 380.50 level. We talked about it this morning. And we've talked about it for multiple days, for almost 2 weeks now.
But the big thing we were looking for was a break of 180, 380.50, and as well as the smaller time frame levels we had from our main chart above 381.30s, which you can see both of those marked 380.20, 380.50, and then 381.30s. So that's what we're looking for a potential bullish push today. We ended up getting that, surprising or not, it doesn't matter. Broke through 80.50 within the first 5 minutes, and then in the next 20 to 30 minutes, we ended up holding on top of the 381.30s once and twice for a good reset, holding the 9 EMA the whole way up, and pretty good volume too on this increasing candle. You can see we had rising volume over all of these candles as it made that new high, so that was really good to see. We ended up pushing, getting a little bit of a lowering volume retest, which some of you could say is a bull flag. We ended up getting a continuation. They came back down after failing that new high, retested, failed to break this as support, and then continued higher. So we got a really, really good bullish day today, and it played in sync with the levels we were watching from bigger and the smaller time frames. So that's really cool as well. Go back out to this chart. Let me delete this level. Go back out to the daily. The thing to look out for next, and this is what we kind of already went over in the stream today, is can we hold this base for one, which we are today, which is a good sign because this was a very nasty close. But the fact that we've opened higher and pushed higher is a very good sign for bulls, even with low volume, because now this gives them a chance of being able to pull back without completely having a death spiral down to the lower levels. Now that they're above these levels again, even if there was a reversal, as long as they hold the support, that we know price can continue higher. So let's basically be bullish as long as this holds, is what I'm initially saying. But overall now, the thing to look for ahead for the top side is this gap fill. We do have the rest of that gap fill to look out for. It does start a little bit lower, but since we already kind of penetrated a little bit a week or so ago, I'm going to go ahead and just add that at 386.25. So initially now we need to watch over 386s, 386.25 towards the 390 area. 390 is going to be our next target if we do get increased buyers, but we have to also assume that a reset day is very possible going back down to this support. And what do I mean by reset day? I mean kind of a slow down, a breather. If you ran around the track for a couple hours, you're going to be tired, your sides are going to be hurting, you're going to want a water or a Gatorade. That's what stock charts also do. We had a pretty impressive rally day today, even with lower than average volume, and we're actually holding very well. So that's what we have to look out for, either a reset day or we're going to get another green day that takes us into that area, which I wouldn't be surprised if we hit it and then wick back down to keep us in this more larger range, and then we trade in between 378, 390. That would be a better range for us to trade in. So that's kind of what I'm looking out for over the next few days, not just tomorrow, not just going into next week, but over the next few days, few weeks. These are things we need to look out for. But thank you guys for tuning into the stream. Be sure to drop a like if you enjoyed the stream today. I appreciate each and every one of you being in here, interacting, engaging. Thank you for tuning into the bit of a long stream today, but another one for the books. But I'll see you guys later on. Have a great rest of your day. And again, thank you.